You know what would be really nice, actually, is if the introduction video, which I make you guys sit through each session, was customized for the game we're playing. Like, we should have a 7 Citadel intro video with a montage of 7 Citadel stuff, and one for Hunter Killer, and one for puzzle games. You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Sunday night, February 23rd, 2025. It's 11 p.m. here, and we are continuing our playthrough of the 7 Citadel. YouTube says 2 concurrent viewers. That means it's just me and Jonathan here. That's it. In fact, I don't even know how it can only be 2 viewers. If I have one laptop with the chat, maybe I've lost Jonathan. Let me check in. Wow. Okay. It's just you and me, Jonathan. Let me do some bookkeeping for my audience of 1, Jonathan. I guess it's also for anyone who watches this after. Although I realize all of the time I spend saying, like, this is what we're doing last week, this is what we're doing next week. As soon as a week passes and people watch this, it's just annoying to have to sit through that. However, on tomorrow, Monday, we will begin properly our science fiction mini marathon. We will be playing that game behind me, Unlock the second scenario, which is a robot dog called Woof's Odyssey. Having played the little cat scenario yesterday, that will be our sort of first kickoff game. And then on Wednesday, we're going to start the game next to it, Murder on the Moon, which will take us at least 2 sessions. I'm guessing 3. We've got a prologue and then a longer box. That's a newer game. And then after that, that might take us Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, something like that. And then we've got a couple more science fiction games to play, an exit game called Gate to Another World or something like that. Then we've got Escape Tales Low Memory, which I've had for many years. Liked the other 2 Escape Tales. I think I understand Low Memory is not very well regarded. And then we have a couple of others. So we have plenty of science fiction games to play. Okay, Jonathan, how are you doing? Have you seen any good movies recently? Any good science fiction movies? Everyone loves Dune. I think Dune is filmed beautifully, but I just don't love it. It doesn't have scenes that affect me the way my favorite movies do. You haven't watched The Crystal Plumage Bird yet. Okay, well, you've got work to do. All right, let's catch up on the 7 Citadel. This is session 6. Session 4 was a bit of a lull. We sort of played a scenario we shouldn't have been playing, and it was very slow, just retreading. But the last session we had was extremely memorable. We basically we hiked down to Kel, the city of Kel, and then we got on a boat to travel to some city far off that we've never been to, where they walk on stilts to avoid the burrowers. And we had an incredible adventure on this boat. After 4 hours, we got this Dracula coffin, and we knew we shouldn't open it, but Jonathan was like, I want that coffin open. We read the inscription in a code. It said, like, don't open this. There's scratching inside. Jonathan was like, open it up. We opened it up. This vampire crab latched onto the first mate's arm, controlled it, pulled out some weapon from the coffin. We had a long fight. We had to be very careful, surgically strike this thing so as not to hurt the first mate. We did manage to kill this vampire crustacean. And what we got from the coffin, the weapon, is the Chthonian scepter, which is this crazy powerful weapon. If you can power it with arcane energy, which you find occasionally. And in fact, there are only 2 in the whole box. You can't have more than 2, but we found both of them. And that's like a one-shot kill of any creature you fight. That's amazing. It's a little harder for us to use this since our deck doesn't really have many of these arcane, but we have some weapons that generate it. But that is an incredible weapon. I feel like we're pretty well suited for battle. We've had that before in a previous mission. I think we may have gotten that from the Jonathan, I think we may have gotten that weapon last time from the ladybugs. Like, that is not a normal weapon you just walk into, or someone traded it for us in a cart. But that is not a normal weapon you just discover. At the end of this trip on the boat, we ended up here. Or should I say we ended up here? That's where our scenario ended. The first scenario I'll mention that we've played, which hasn't resulted in us returning to the Citadel, which was pretty cool. So we don't know how that's going to change. I was reminded by Andy Corbett, who's been catching some of my errors. I was reminded, like, don't do the Citadel upkeep stuff because you're not at the Citadel. So here are these people. They're on their stilts. And your future will undoubtedly be decided during this meeting with the Levitors. Okay, so that's where we ended. Just to recap what we've got 4 Hope Reborn upgrade cards, 4 Glimmer of Hopes, 1 more and we could buy another Hope Reborn. We keep somehow spending our last Glimmer instead of using it for upgrade. That's probably a mistake. But 4 upgrades, that is very exciting because if you'll remember, we've been building towards unlocking a new number on the destiny tree. And 4 more upgrades, 1, 2, 3, 4, is enough to get us to this brand new number that we are very excited to see. We saw these 3 in our first campaign, and this one is so good we went and got it for today's playthrough. That's the one that lets us have an extra card in hand, and every time we would get to keep a card, we keep 1 more. I'm very curious what this is, and then we've got 2 more. Maybe we're not going to get those until our next campaign, although we could work towards 1 more. I'm very excited to see what this is. I'll note that if we go this way, we'll do 2 more building upgrades. Now, remember, we can do this at any time. We don't have to be at the Citadel. So, assuming we are okay with getting those numbers, we're going to have to decide which buildings to build. So I guess that's what I want to talk about a little bit. Now, remember, the tremors come and destroy buildings. We've already destroyed these 2 buildings, which are 4 points of damage. We don't know how much more. The fortified buildings count as double. Right now, we don't care about the smithy. In fact, that was a wasted point. We probably never should have built that. I don't know why I thought 1 weapon for a little bit of time would be good. Anyway, so that'll let an earthquake kill that for 2 points. Did we get our side mission? We must have done it. We must have done it at our last playthrough. I just don't remember any other side mission, but maybe we did. Maybe we did. All right. So one thing we should probably do is finish off the library. That's 2 points, so that we can use that library. And is that all we're gonna get today? Yes. Okay. So those would be our 2 points if we build the library. The only scary part is if we build the library and then we had to, let's say, kill Earthquake a couple more buildings, The question is, what would we destroy? We were thinking we might build some buildings as decoys, but I suppose we wouldn't. We don't care about this. That's 2 points. And then maybe this late in the game, we could lose the academy if we've already skilled up as big as we're going to skill up. Or we could lose the pen. That doesn't kill us either. So Jonathan says, yes, we did get a side quest. It was the one where we need thread, which we've already got. All right, so we could do that now, but we're going to read the introduction. I did want to mention there is a Discord server for the Co-op for Two YouTube channel. It's pretty active. I talk on there. I'm talking 24 hours a day, or at least 16 hours a day. And there are a bunch of good people, fun people to talk to there about all sorts of games and other stuff. There is a little channel on the server for the 7th Citadel. If you're watching this playthrough and you've got something to say and you don't want to leave it on a comment on the video or just want to chat about 7th Citadel, you can jump into the Discord server. Happy to talk about things at any time. There's a link to it on this YouTube page. Okay, Jonathan, so I suppose we should read the beginning of the new scenario and then probably do our upgrades, right? There's no real good reason. Well, we should probably read it, but I don't think there's a doubt about what upgrades we want to get. The Spamonite says, I went to see the monkey. I am looking forward to seeing the monkey. I mean, it looks bad to me. The Spamonite says it was okay. Jonathan says, I heard it was more a horror comedy. Is that correct? That would be correct. All right. I hate that. I really hate how comedy is sneaking into being the dominant thing in all movies now. Like the Marvel movies are comedies, most half comedies. But the real reason the monkey didn't look good to me is I don't like I don't like seeing gore. I love horror, dark horror movies, but I like it to be off screen, you know? So the actual gore doesn't do anything for me. And it looked like that's what they were leaning on, though. I just don't, it seems lazy to me. Anyway, yeah, so. All right, so shall we read? Andy Corbett is the person who's been joining us or helping us on the helping find the mistakes I make on the 7th Citadel videos, but he can't join us live always, but I do really appreciate that. All right. Anything else to talk about here before we read the introduction to the next scenario? Do we think we're probably halfway through the campaign? We're not halfway through the book, but it's not infrequent that there's sort of splits. But if I were to guess, I'd say we're about a third of the way through the campaign book here. I'd have to look at the playthrough of the first campaign, how fast we went through it. I mean, there was some extra branching at the end. Jonathan, also, how are you feeling about this campaign? That's not what I wanted to ask. What I meant is, how are you feeling about joining for this campaign? This is a weird game to join live for, just because there's good things about where we can discuss things, but then when we get into a combat, I just have to basically do the combat, and I hope you've got a book nearby that you're reading. But anyway, I really can't tell you how enjoyable it is to share this experience with Jonathan, but I'm completely sensitive to the idea that you could tap out at any minute, and I would completely understand it. All right, so I'm not hearing anything, so I'm going to read the We're going to recheck the end of our previous scenario to make sure you don't make a mistake, and then we'll read the introduction here. All right, so we got conclusion B, which was when we stayed on the boat, when we didn't abandon our mission. Okay, if you have a task to be done card, return it. We keep seeing this. We don't know what it means. If someone is watching this video and can give us some guidelines about whether I've made a mistake and I should have this card somewhere, but I don't, let me know. You don't have to tell me where to find it. I guess the fact that it's asking if we have it, return it, suggests that we shouldn't have had it all along. Otherwise, we would have gotten rid of it earlier. But okay, but if I'm making a mistake here, let me know. Otherwise, all your unconscious people wake up, discard all your hand cards. We've done that. We've finished the scenario of the Levitors. We're ready to begin the next scenario. 7 card is just the save card. Okay, so we're reading the scenario initiation on page 20. Here we go. Each player returns all their cards with the keyword temporary. Okay, well, we do have one. We have the Unleashed card. Shuffles all the cards in their discard pile back into their action deck. Okay, so we just need to shuffle this eventually, but I'll do that in a second. From outside, you observe the central tent, large enough to serve as a meeting place for the Levitors. Its occupants, seated cross-legged on high stools, raise their heads to listen attentively to an old man on huge stilts. You follow the speech distractedly. He talks about material detachment, elevation, and breathing techniques. While you linger on the odd attire of the audience, both men and women wear a loincloth and a half tunic over their chests, leaving the rest of their bodies visible. Their long hair is rolled into a bun atop their heads. When the speech is over, the group disperses, some putting on their pair of stilts before leaving the tent. You zigzag between the trays suspended by ropes, which are used as tables, to join the patriarch, who ostensibly ignores you. It's only when you pull yourself up onto a stool that he deigns to turn to you with a kind smile. Welcome to you, who seek to elevate yourself. It's elbow grease I seek in order to learn more about the tremors that threaten us. Ah, the tremors! The candidates for elevation are more and more numerous since they began shaking the collapsing lands. The ground foretells the fatal destiny it holds for us. The burrowers have only reminded us of this, so we have vowed to detach ourselves from the ground. But to get back to what brings you here, I'm afraid I can't be of much help. The sacred labyrinth where the elbow grease can be found is inaccessible to the profane. The initiation lasts no less than 4 cycles for the best of postulants. But the life that awaits them once the rite of passage is completed justifies the investment. 4 cycles? You're stunned by the news. Couldn't you make an exception by allowing access to the labyrinth, or by, sending one of your own to get the elbow grease? The place is not forbidden, strictly speaking. The maze of pathways is colonized by a moss that secretes an extremely corrosive liquid when crushed. Without our stilts and our knowledge of the place, we would have no chance to survive there. And as for the grease, which is soaked inside large reddish sponges, it is unfortunately impossible for us to collect it for you. Our dogma forbids us to come in contact with the ground. So there's nothing you can do? So many lives are at stake. Members of our community are convinced the tremors are going to get worse, and if nothing is done, the collapsing lands are doomed. The man weighs his answer carefully. Well, We could make an exception by allowing you to go through the series of tests that usually conclude the novitiate. But don't get your hopes up too much. Without training, your chances of success are slim. I don't have much choice. What does it consist of? Well, for the first test, go north along the Great Sea to the column of elevation. Once you've reached it, climb to the top and find the tree that is meant for you. From one of its branches, you can make your pair of stilts that will allow you to survive the labyrinth. Go north along the Great Sea to the column of elevation, and then we're going to chop down some branches to make stilts. All right, here we go. Our goal, and there's our symbol. We should draw it so we remember it. Our primary goal is to obtain Hellbow grease in the labyrinth. To obtain the grease Ambrosius needs to make the tremor triangulator, you must first pass the initiation rite of the Levitors, beginning with a climb to the top of an elevation column located north of the Great Sea. Secondary objective is community morale. The tremors that shook the Citadel have destabilized the precious balance that was established since the reversal. When you read the epilogue, if you have fewer than 6 built buildings, community morale will likely deteriorate. And then it reminds us we're not at the Citadel. So we don't do our things. Okay, let's do this and then let's check our building count. But let me draw our symbol so we don't forget it. It looks like a teepee, but looks like maybe it's the stilt. Okay, that's today's symbol that we need to be looking for on cards. Okay, put that nearby. I guess let me look at the number of built buildings first. Let me do this in order. So we need 6 built buildings at the end or morale is going to go down, and we can't count the destroyed ones. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus our fortune teller's hut, which is down here somewhere, and it is fortified. All right, so we're not going to lose community morale. We have built enough buildings, and we think we're probably going to build one more, so at least there's that. Jonathan says, I do wish we had caught our mistake and not done the extra bird mission. Without it, would have gotten to this new land pretty quickly in the campaign. I don't mind the bird mission. I don't mind that we had a little bit of a slow mission to warm up before we get into this big one. All right, preparation. Ground shiver is 5, which is what it was before, so it just stays the same. We reset to 60. We got all the way down to 9 last time. Even playing on easier story mode. Okay, we're now at 60 health. Draw 2 cards. Okay, let me shuffle up. Return all Hope Reborn cards that are blocked. So we're about to spend these, so now it's time for us to spend them. We have 1 Hope Reborn that we did use. We must have used it for health, so that one does get returned. But we've got 5 more or 4 more that we're going to spend right now. Remember to look up your quests, side quests, and the cards on the world map, the effects of your built buildings. Reminder, you are not at the Citadel. So there's a bunch of things that would happen if we were at the Citadel, which won't happen. All right, don't read the conclusion. Okay, let me just put away some of these cards. Okay. So this was the card that ended the last scenario. And there's our 4 Hope Reborns that we're going to spend right now. The Glimmers we just keep in hand. They're not temporary. They don't go away. They're just in our supply. As soon as we get one more, we could upgrade with it. Let me put my tea off to the side. I'm going to return the Unleashed. Although, I'll tell you what. I think we actually re-got the Unleashed, because in the story they mentioned the burrowers and everything. So I think this came back to us during the intro. Do I need to read? Does that only trigger during? Does it only trigger? I think it triggers even if you're reading the book, not cards. Maybe we should look at our cards again too. Somewhere we've got a card that tells us whenever we hear about some stuff. Well, actually, let me take a little break here. Let me take a little moment to remind us of the books we have. So we have a book. We have a couple books on plants. I took a photo of all our objects and uploaded it. So we've got the Caped Arante we can eat if we see it. And then we've got these berries that give us special powers if they're nearby on our terrain card. Okay, so that's that. Now, and we have some food we can eat. Okay, let's remind ourselves of what cards we have here. This is our backstory. We're looking for people mentioning Aber Amid. We really want to find that. Okay. Now, I'm not sure we remembered to do this. If we're doing some negotiation, if we fail it, we can try again. That's interesting. I think we've completely forgotten about that. This is the Amber Knight. If we can find the card to dig at, and we're told the Amber Knight, we're told a little description of where his grave is. I suppose I shouldn't be so quick. If we're going to be looking for it, let's look at it. Under a stone slab where his portrait is revealed, where climbs the artichoke stair high above all, the bird regards the well where it must not fall. And we've named our whole group after this Amber Knight, sort of. So we should keep our eye open on that. Okay, every time a text mentions Necrodruid, Burrowers, or Worm Master, take a 151, which is Unleashed. So yeah, that card's been amazing, and we did hear it. And then we recently got this. If we use the healing action, then we advance our side quest. And when it's finished, we get some good stuff. Then the last book we got is this crazy book about, it was almost like The Boy Who Cried Wolf, was it? This kid can't sleep because he's dreaming of this monster. The mother says, I found the hideout. I poured my jar of milk on it and soaked the monster who crumbled. The Soul Ruba. Soul Ruba. I keep thinking that's got to be, a lot of the names of things are sort of twists on how we would call them. Soul Ruba, but maybe we're going to see it. And then at the end of this book, normally we would get some advantage or something that just says we close the book. Seems weird. Author could have made an effort. So we think there might be some either hidden code here, or this is some message about what to do if we meet this creature. So those are our books. Just put them away. I really hope we are able to unveil our special backstory. All right, so we did get the Unleash because we did read about it in the intro to the scenario. We used that Hope Reborn early in the campaign to boost our influence to get into Kel for free. That sounds right. All right, so let's spend our 4 Hope Reborns right now before they get refreshed and do our upgrades as we planned. So 4 of them, if you're amenable, Jonathan, we're going to use them right now to make our way to 303. So we've got a skill upgrade and 2 building points, which I think we should use for the library. Okay, so we're doing a skill upgrade, a build, and then a 303. So let's do those in turn. There's our library, which we've now finished. Doesn't trigger now because we're not at the Citadel. Not at the Citadel. Not at the Citadel. So the one thing, though, that we're going to suffer from because we're at the Citadel, we're not at the Citadel, is we've got the thief who's been blocked. We blocked him when we got aboard the boat. And we're not at the Citadel, so we can't pay to wake him up. He's still blocked. All right. So these are put away. All right, let's do our skill upgrade. So we're going to get 8 skill cards, and we're going to choose 2. Normally you would get 4, but we have the academy, so we get 8. Okay, let's see what we've got. Okay. 8, choose 2. Evasion, onward, on your guard, first aid, energy transfer, major teleportation, fury, and restoring aura. Okay. Now, our result stars are pretty good. I'm hesitant to take things that don't have stars on them. Although this one with a random symbol is pretty good. Healing, though. I mean, we did get a side quest where we're going to be a doctor, but how often do we need that? Major teleportation requires arcane energy, and we have to do a spell. Any other terrain card. I mean, that does help us travel. It's very rare we need that, though. What's energy transfer? Look at this. I don't remember ever seeing this before. We can run a spell. Of course, we don't have many arcane energies, so it's going to be hard for us to succeed at that. We block a companion and steal some of its life and get 5 life points. Now, this one is a little interesting. Fury. Fury ignores unsettling, and it turns flags into fists. Now, we have lots of flags, so that's sort of appealing. You can keep it in your hand. Do we not already have a Fury? Feels like we already have a Fury. Do we have a card that's like this? I don't know if we need two of them. I guess we don't have something exactly like this. It doesn't have good successes. You can keep it in hand, and it turns flags into fists. And we do have some weapons that want fists. So having this sort of lets us have flags and fists, which is pretty good. With that in hand, and you can keep it in hand. Only useful during fighting, though. On your guard is a dexterity. It's got good results, but it's shields. We hate those. This makes walking cheaper. It's a flag and a fist. So I like this one just because it makes it easier for us to walk where we don't, just once though, but this is the main reason why it's good. It's got flags, it's got fists, and it's got a success and a half. And then this one, evasion, is good at fighting or running. And it gives you 2 dexterity during fighting. But it's got a success and a half. Like, these are useful just because they're such high successes. Like, when in doubt, when none of these other cards really appeal to us, we could get cards to just keep in the deck for our results. Jonathan says, I'm tempted by restoring aura. Well, it is a star and a half. Gain 3 life points. It's just for gaining 3 life points. Well, I'm okay with this one. I'm okay with restoring aura because it's got a star and a half. Jeremy has stopped in and said, I'm interested to see how you manage this scenario. Keep your eyes and memory open. I trust in you. That's a intriguing little piece of suggestion. Okay, Jonathan, let's take restoring aura mainly for its star and a half. And we could occasionally use it to gain life. Okay, that's star. So we're going to take this one. And what else should we take? Then I guess since I don't love any of these, I'm inclined to not take the ones I don't love that also don't have stars. Although I think Fury is arguably pretty powerful because it can turn flags, which we have the most of, into fists. But it's hard to know to prepare for that, especially since we're basically stay away from weapons that use fists. This is the only one we have. Most of the time, though, we don't. Actually, we have a spear that wants it too. But are we really going to carry this in our hand just for that? And only for fighting. I just feel like if it's for fighting, we're just going to be looking for weapons that don't need it. Although this is our best. I mean, this is our weapon that we like the most powerful weapon. That needs arcane. But the war pick is pretty good. So I guess if it was for me, it would come down to these two. either a good result card with good symbols and something we might use to save us 3 cards here and there, or Fury, which we might try to get in hand and use it to make our fighting more flexible. So we're going to take Restoring Aura. We're going to throw the rest of these away. Which of these two appeals to you most, Jonathan? Onward. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Being able to get good results is huge. It's huge. So a card that you might use but is going to make your results worse. Okay, I like this set. All right, so these come into our hand. And now for the really exciting part we've been waiting for, which is we're about to get a brand new major upgrade, a 303. And I am very excited about it. Here's our previous one. The previous one we got was Experienced. We can hold an extra card in hand, amazing on its own. And then anytime we would keep a card, we get to keep one more card. That's crazy. Crazy overpowered. And now we're going to see what our new one is. 303. All right, let's have a sip of coffee first. Jeremy, you've played this scenario before? I guess so. Have you played all of the campaigns in this box, Jeremy? The new Kickstarter wave's not going to be out for almost a year. Did we mark the buildings we built? Yes, we did. We marked the library, which we've now built, but we haven't fortified it and we can't use it yet. But yes, I did mark it. Since Jeremy has played these scenarios, this might be a good time to remind us that I've written and posted on Board Game Geek a whole bunch of other homebrew building ideas. The Fortune Teller hut is the one we play with at all times, and the one that Seven Citadel, that Serious Pulp is adding to the official available buildings with the new Kickstarter wave, although I have added a new ability recently. But I've made a bunch of other potential buildings that we never decided to build. We could have built the Advanced Academy, which would have let us draw more cards when we upgraded our skills. That might have been fun. Market, used bookstore. Now that we've built the library, we can benefit from the used bookstore. Consulting detective, we haven't used that. The one I thought we might use this time is Astrologer's Hut, which lets us use feather cards that we've previously seen on previous scenarios, but we've chosen not to build any of these buildings yet. All right, here we go. 303. Beast of Burden. Oh my God. That's amazing. That's insanely amazing. Well, this is incredible. Like, it's so interesting that 2 of the upgrades we saw we don't like, but this one is incredible. The ability to carry more weight by 4, that's huge. And ignoring cumbersome on a card is also huge. Frequently, we get some scenario where we got to carry some person. This is going to let us just walk around with them. Yeah, this is huge. It's also huge because, like, we just got this super powerful weapon, right? But it's weight 2. And you'd love to be able to carry around a bunch of powerful weapons that are useful in different circumstances with different symbols. But it's weight that makes that impossible. But an increased carry of 4 is huge. Not to mention the cumbersome part. All right, that's amazing. So we're going to have to add this to our list of things to remember. So 301 was experience, and now we've learned that 303 is Beast of Burden, one of the great songs by the Rolling Stones. All right, well, that's amazing. So we can now have a weight of up to 14. It's also good because one of the curses took away, we had to carry around a ring, which lost us a weight. So now if we get that curse, it'll be no big deal. All right, that's amazing. All right, I feel like we're bulked up for this game. All right, I think we're ready to begin. 46 minutes in, and we are starting the scenario at 354. What about do we have side quests that we can actually use, or can we only use them when we're at the Citadel? Because we have the thread. I think you have to be at the Citadel to use the thread. All right. I keep looking this up. 354. So now whoa, 354. There's only a goal. That's weird. The tents of a camp are set up at the edge of a black pine forest. The grayish moss that invades the swamp to the southeast does not tell you anything worthwhile. So this is our starting card. We're at this place. The Levitors. All right, let's read again before we actually start here what lessons this guy gave us. We're going to the sacred labyrinth. That's where the Hellbow grease is. But before we can get there, we have to do this initiation, which is going to get us our stilts. We'll need the stilts to go into the labyrinth. He says, well, it's not that you can't go in. It's just that the labyrinth is a maze that's got a moss that secretes a corrosive liquid when crushed. The labyrinth is a maze of passageways that are filled with moss, colonized by moss. It secretes a corrosive liquid when crushed. If you don't have your stilts, you wouldn't survive. Now, the grease is soaked inside large reddish sponges. They can't collect it because you have to go down to the ground to collect it. And what we're doing now, before we even get to the labyrinth, is to go north along the Great Sea and find the column of elevation. Climbing to the top to find a tree that's meant for us. And from the branch, we make the stilts, which allow us to get into the labyrinth. Okay, got it. Labyrinth is filled with moss that's corrosive. The Hellbow grease is in the labyrinth in the red sponges, and here we're trying to go north along the sea. to the elevation, climb, find a tree, and get its branches. Normally it takes 4 years to do this initiation. Well, I mean, let's put out what we're supposed to put out, I guess. I mean, you would think that this is how we get back home. I mean, get back to this village after we finish, so that probably we shouldn't be doing this yet. But we could do this. We could do both of these while we're here, I suppose. Maybe they've got some more advice for us. Let's do these things now just to verify that that's what they're about. We don't want to leave and then find out we should have done it. All right, so let me do this first. 277. I'm just going to draw a card. We don't get to keep it. We just discard it. 277. Okay, so there's multiple 277s and one is for our symbol. So we're going to read that one. A deadly silence reigns over the swamp you're about to enter when a Levitor initiate on a very short stilts makes his way forward to you. Maybe the taller your stilts are, the more higher up in this bureaucracy you are. I was almost done for. I made the mistake to stray from the path and my stilts started to dissolve. I had just enough time to get back on the path. Now I have to make a new pair, he sighs, jaded. You may not take the following action unless you have 3 objective cards. Okay, so this is coming... Oh, this is the labyrinth. All right, so we're going to have to go off to get our stilts, and then we're going to come back, and this is how to get down into the labyrinth. A little dungeon. All right, well, that's good. Now we know what we're after. The 3 objective cards, which are probably our stilts, and this is where the labyrinth is. Okay. Let me... Oh, what have I done? Okay. All right, let's go and do this action, and then maybe we'll take an early break before we properly start exploring. So I'm going to do this action at 00268. All right, 268 does have symbols, but none of ours. Most of the tents are only furnished with hammocks stretched between poles. In the center of the camp, the occupants of a vast pavilion, sitting cross-legged on stools, are seated in front of trays suspended by ropes. This sounds like it's the... Oh, look, that's the guy. As you approach, an old man perched on tall stilts calls out to you. Okay, sounds like the guy that sent us on our way. Look at what he's got. That's his turban, his hair. He's got necklaces weaved inside it. All right, well, I guess we're going to talk to him. I wouldn't mind having some cards in my hand to help us talk to him, but I guess we do have some... Is Inhales good at talking? No, she's not. No one's good at talking. All right. Well, let's go ahead and talk to him, though. 197. I mean, he's calling us over. What, are we not going to talk to him? Okay. You have had to overcome many trials. The sacred labyrinth provides us with exactly what we require to heal those in need. The old man asks a younger companion to bring you a bitter drink which you swallow in one gulp. Return all your cards with the keyword weakness. And if you're playing that scenario, which we're playing, read 227. So he just gave us something to drink, and we didn't even want to drink it, but we did. Okay. Oh, I see. He's the person you talk to when you come back and you've gotten a couple objective cards and you want advice on what to do. It sounds like he's a little hint system. All right, so I have no objective cards, so 271. All right, let's see. He's going to give us some advice here. The column of elevation rises to the north. If the skies are willing, you will eventually find it by following the great sea. You must make your way to the top in order to see the tree that is destined for you, from whose wood you will make your stilts. Without them, you will not find the elbow grease in the sacred labyrinth. All right, follow the great sea, go to the top of the column of elevation, and then we're going to see from that column, this will spot the tree that's destined for us. Okay, well, I guess that's it. We're off to the north to find our column of elevation and tree. We're in a totally new territory. We've never been here before. Let me put my glimmers away. Unleashed away. All right, why don't we take our break early here? We'll come back and we'll start exploring. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, Jonathan points out I forgot to draw my first 2 cards for my hand. Reinforcement. As long as we choose a companion. Boy, I'm going to do something about that light. Okay, turn flags into stars for any action as long as we're using a companion. And we don't even bother declaring companions these days. And skillful turns dexterities into successes when we do these 3 tests. Not that helpful for us. Starting cards. Okay. And then Jonathan says, it seems almost like maybe we get the stilts, come back, get another task, and are supposed to get all the way to the labyrinth this scenario. So let's try not to be flippant about our health. Yeah, I can't tell if this mission is just going to be about getting the stilts or the whole thing. And I also don't know what the deal is with us when we're going to get back to the Citadel. Well, we're in a whole new area. Where do you think we are on the map? Be nice. We're following the Great Sea. I mean, we have a map of Kel, not of Kel, of the whole world. Where do you think we are here? The puddle, was that? There's the Great Sea, and it expanded. We started out in Kel. We took the Great Sea. It's tiny here, though. But I wonder if it's sort of expanded this whole place now. It's kind of weird. So I don't really know where we are. I mean, we've been to this whole area here. And into the mire. So has it drifted over this way and we're over here somewhere? We don't really know. All right, up we go to explore. It's free because our ground shiver is 5. All right. Hey there! Help me! Up here! You look up to see a man hanging upside down, his leg wrapped in a vine. We can leave him to his fate. Or we can try to climb up and help him. We don't have any weaknesses, so it's 3 plus 4. It's not locked, so we can surely succeed. We can manage to reach the man. Our ground shiver level is 5 or higher, so we would read a 302. If we fail, we return all of our Glimmer of Hope cards, which is terrible since we got 4 of them. So yeah, let's do it, but let's not fail it. What about our long stick? Can we use a long stick to help us climb? I'm surprised that we can't use our long stick, but look what we can use, a rope. So we've got this rope. We've been waiting for a use for it, and it helps you climb. Draw 2 less cards, and it's a star. So now we only need 3 stars. We're declaring this. But we can draw any cards we want. But if we fail this, we're going to lose all of our glimmers. We really cannot afford to fail this. So how many cards do we need to guarantee us 3 stars? I really don't want to fail this. I'm going to take 6 cards. That's overkill, but those glimmers are like an upgrade for us. We cannot afford to lose 4 glimmers. All right, well, with this, we'll surely succeed. I suppose another way we could succeed with this, I should make sure we don't have anything else that helps us climb. Dog doesn't help us climb. Our people don't help us climb. I mean, we could, I suppose we could stop holding on to our unleashed and start using this. Doesn't help us. Okay, here we go. I've overkilled this because I can't afford to lose a 151. Look at this. If you fail, he breaks his neck. All right. All right, here we go. We just need 3 successes to go with our rope. There's 2 already. There's 3. We didn't overkill it by much. Look at all these half-star cards we have. I suppose we could have used it with this if we needed to, but all right. It didn't fail, so we don't have to need to die. We wasted a lot of cards on that, but we needed to succeed. We reached the man. Read 302. Rope goes back. I hope we learned something good from this guy. Back on the ground, the man hands you a book. I have only this to offer you, and I'd be happy if you accept it. Before saying goodbye, he tells you about some of the hazards in the area, including the bomber end, a conifer that can hurl its rock-hard pine cones. So we got a glimmer, we got a book, and we get where improve our knowledge. Those are all great. So that's the last of our 5 glimmers. So we should spend our glimmers now. Otherwise, we're wasting them. Let's take a book, which is a 50. We love getting books, so no harm in that. There's our 50. And we get a knowledge upgrade, which brings our knowledge to 8. All right, let's see what book we got. Probably How to Eat Mushrooms. You leaf through the book you've just found. Abonithus, penned by a certain Sigmund, is a treatise on insanity and madness. In one chapter, the author mentions Abonithus, which offers fleeting flashes of foresight when eaten, but should not be prepared as an infusion or it can cause insanity. If you want to take the following action, you have to be on a terrain with these red berries, look like apples. You eat them, you look at the top 3 cards, put them back in any order. Not that exciting. I could do without such books. We already have another Abonithus, so it's 2 different cards that you can use in different ways. So keep your eye open for those red fruited plants. All right, so this goes in the past. Now, we've got 5 glimmers. We should surely use our glimmers now. Where did I put our glimmers? We should do another upgrade. Any thoughts on what you want to upgrade? Where's my other glimmers? Here. Okay, 5 glimmers can be traded for a 99. I'm going to go ahead and do that. I guess we don't have to use the 99 yet. I'm just going to take a 99, a Hope Reborn. We could use it for health if we needed to, but probably we want to do an upgrade. Can we just discuss for a second? I mean, there's no need for us to do it right away, except if it would benefit us for this scenario. So let's talk about what we could do. We can use it to make a building, but there's no reason for us to go up this way. If we want to do anything else, we could either make some feathers, but I don't think we want to make feathers until we build the astrologer hut. So we could either try to build more buildings, or we could go for Citadel upgrades, assuming that they might be useful for us while we've still got the guild that increases it. Or we could head right for another number. However, if we're going to head for another number, both of these numbers are heavily reflex based, and I don't want to do reflexes. I really don't. So the system I came up with to avoiding reflexes is to have to buy a building. And that's the astrologer's hut. So that's what I'd like us to do. I'd like us to try to do 2 more builds and build the astrologer hut, which lets our feathers work double duty and lets you change reflexes. So I guess we could read this. Let's take a moment to read this astrologer's hut place that I created. Whenever you mark off a feather symbol in the destiny chart, if you choose a map card number that you have previously chosen in a previous threat or the current one, you may mark off another destiny item. So basically it makes crossing feathers free. Though remember, you can only use that while you rebuild your map that you've already seen, the feather cards, and you can only do 1 per scenario anyway, so it's not that helpful. But in addition, whenever you mark off a reflex symbol on the destiny chart, you may apply any other destiny upgrade instead of a reflex. And then you can see I've written a little discussion. And I've talked about why I don't want to play with the reflex cards. I mean, we could look at them, but the problem is they slow down gameplay because every reflex card you draw has some special extra actions that you then perform, and I just don't want to do that. But the bottom line is I want us to do 2 more builds soon. So we don't have to do anything yet. We're not forced to use this yet. But what I'd like us to do is maybe make our way towards one of these other numbers. There's 2 left, 314 and 317. And do so after we build 2 buildings. So actually, there's no great way to get there right away. The closest might be this one here, which has got 2 buildings on the way and a skill and a community. So I might be inclined to say our upgrade path should be like this. Although I guess that's actually pretty delayed from going this way. But yeah, if we go this way, then we get a skill upgrade, a Citadel upgrade, 2 builds, which would let us build the astrologer hut so that when we go this way, we don't have to do these reflexes. Alternatively, we could just do 2 random builds, and then we could head out on any path we wanted, which might be a little more efficient. All right, well, just think about that. We'll do that. There's no point in us doing it yet, I suppose. We'll just bank this Hope Reborn and continue. Okay, 216. All right, 216 does have symbols, but not ours. Brisk waves fade away once inside the small cove. Over time, the great sea has finally engulfed the gourd. A steep hillside leads to a promontory on which gnarled trees have grown. Engulfed the gourd, huh? Does that help us know where we are? Yes, it absolutely does. So take a look. There's the gourd. So it sounds like the Great Sea has expanded into the gourd, and this is where we are now. I think that means we are somewhere over here. Following the sea, which has been merged into the gourd. And these are the trees it might be talking about. steep hillside leads to a promontory on which gnarled trees have grown. Look at these scary looking specter trees. All right, let's put it out. No numbers, huh? Oops. Okay, and then another 5 up here. Let me give this zoom a little better for you. All right, so I guess we're walking up here. It's just 1 to walk up here, but we get to keep it. You might, in fact, I think maybe, no, I guess we're gonna, I was just thinking, should we choose to draw 2 just so we can keep 2 cards? But probably we're gonna get more cards eventually. Anyway, okay, so I'm walking up there with 1 card. It's Ruthless Attack. When you use a weapon, you can turn flags into successes, and you don't have to throw away this card. This is an amazing card that we upgraded. No, we didn't upgrade that. We got that. We chose that. Okay. We walked up here. It's a little more expensive to walk away. We know we're supposed to go north, but there's something to look at. So let's go. Let's stay on this path, though. Okay, let's take a look over here, 259. $259 has symbols, but not for us. You notice a ladder leaning against a massive tree trunk and look up to discover a tree house perched in the branches. You climb up and enter a room that doubles as a workspace and kitchen. In a second, smaller room, a hammock and a lute hang from the branches growing through the planks of the wall. A man is sitting at a table. He puts down his quill when he sees you. I am writing the last volume of my treatise, a classification of the folk dances of the Second Kellyan Late Empire. Nobody comes to bother me here, well, at least in theory, he concludes in a suggestive tone. If you want his help, by applying the following effect, you must have a knowledge score of 7 or higher, or return 1 card with the keyword barter. Well, we do have a knowledge score of 8, I believe. Our knowledge score is 8, so we can get his help for free by applying the following effect. So actually, we don't do anything. There's nothing here to do. It's just that he's attached to this location. So he will help us on whatever, if we need to think or do music from this card. The only time that's going to happen is if we need it for this. So this is a pretty random card. His help is probably not going to be of any use to us because there's nothing for him to help with except whatever we might turn over here. There's nothing to do here. He only helps us with thinking. I suppose unless we could have something in our hand that would help us, like some plant action we could do, or if we wanted to rest. We do have a rest card if we saw any plants to eat. He's not talking about anything that we can help with, right? Where's our food? I just want to, we have some food and we have something that helps us rest. I just want to see if is there any reason to do that now? We have sheep's wool, which is good at resting. We have, where's our food? I know we have some food somewhere. Yeah, food doesn't require any skill. Okay, so there's nothing to do with this guy right now. Strange. He's not a random card, so it is meant to be associated with this. Let me just make sure there wasn't a scenario specific card for us. Okay, so there is a scenario specific card here, but it's not our scenario. So I have a feeling he's helpful for a different scenario. Okay, let's explore up here. Ground Shiver 5, so this is free. About 100 paces away, an individual waves to you. You'd rather go on your way, discard this. Otherwise, our Ground Shiver level 7, it's not, so we would read 365. Yeah, I mean, I think we're in this new land. Let's do it. So we're going to talk to this guy. We just throw away a card and we read 365. I mean, it pays to, talk to the natives here in this new land. Learn more about this area before we get ourselves into too much trouble. What's this? The man is busy searching the grass. Are you looking for golden coins too? This Kellyan nobleman must be mad to think that currency will ever be of any use again, but he's offering a reward to anyone who can bring him a purse full of gold. Write down cold hard cash on the side quest page of the Citadel. When putting in play a permanent event on which you can see at least one golden coin, check a box. When you've found 4 coins, then it's initiated, and then you just have to find the notable collector at the Palace of Kel to get your reward. That's pretty cool. Okay, so there's what a golden coin looks like. And we've got a new side quest, Cold Hard Cash. I remember us doing this before, I think. So keep your eye open for any spots with coins, and then we're supposed to go to Kel. I'm going to make a note. Go to Kel after 4 of them. Okay, keep your eye open for coins. All right, that was good. He didn't have any penalty for us. That goes away. 333 comes out. It's fun to be in a new land. Path leads in a winding route up to the top of the highest hill. That sounds like where we're going. There must be a clear view of the surroundings from up here. Whoa, look at this. There's like a floating throne of stone here or something. Is that what it is? It feels like it's floating. I guess we're going to the top of the hill. I'm a little nervous that this looks like that moth that burns your feet, but and these are some plants. We don't know. We don't have a book on how to do that. Jonathan says, put your character on the beach for safety. Okay, so let's put this out. All right, so we're gonna walk there. You're saying put him down there, huh? All right, we're gonna walk over there. We have to draw 2 cards. No, sorry, we have to plus 2 cards. So that's 3 cards to walk. We don't have anything that makes walking cheaper. The only side benefit, what's the word? Consolation is we get to keep 2 of these. So bodyguard that makes fighting better. No, I don't want that. Might as well keep these 2. Although this ignores brutal. I'd rather keep no mercy. Okay, so we've walked over here. Now, surely we're going to look at these two things. Is this the highest place? Have we already made it far enough north to see? I guess we're going to do it. We might as well do it. One card, 312. I'm doing this action here. I mean, to be fair, I think we got to walk over there to look at it. Otherwise, it doesn't seem reasonable that you could do that action. I don't want to. I want to stay on the safety of the beach, but it feels to me like... Okay, so there's a couple of 312s. Let's just take the first one. Getting to the top of the promontory is more challenging than you anticipated. All right, maybe I didn't make it up there yet. After observing the surroundings below for a while, you make your way back down. Discard all 312s without revealing them, right? So there was one more 312 in the box. That gets thrown away without looking at it. Reveal a face-down exploration card attached to your terrain card. Then either put it back face down where it was or return it and put the adventure card out. Okay, so let's see. So this should have been here. This is the only way to explore up. Oops. Okay, and what this is saying is because we climbed to the top of this hill, we can look at this card, decide if we want to leave it out or just map it out. So that's a nice thing. So let's see if we want this. Do we want to have to encounter this worm? He's got ambush, he's got unsettling, he's got a forced fight, and the best you can get from him is a glimmer of hope. That is terrifying. So thank God from our hilltop we can avoid this thing. That was fantastic. So instead, out comes the 302. We did not have to fight that guy. All right, let's see what we did see. The river splits in two. One of the runoffs flows into a basin. This is so exciting to be in a new place here. We've got some ruins. We've got a little pond to look at. It's interesting because really the first 4 scenarios we played, it was all places we had already been. Let's see if I can move this down a bit. And now we're really in new territory. Keep your eye open for numbers too. All right, so we looked at this atop of this hill, but we should look over here too, right? Is this another? I want to get that throne. I'm going to do this 284. I mean, surely we're exploring what we can explore. That's what we've come here for. All right, there's multiple 284s. I guess it's going to be the same thing. You pass a bush with blue leaves. Birds are feasting on its berries, but that does not mean they're edible for you. Ooh, we've seen this before, huh? So we can eat some of these berries. It's the eat action. You just eat them up. And then you try your luck. We have no glimmers to spend, so we'd have to spend health. If we get lucky, then we gain 3 life and get a 153, which is a blessing of some sort. If we're jinxed, we're gonna we could return a blessing or take a 4, which would be sick. So the worst case scenario is we get jinxed, we could throw away our unleash, which we'll probably get back. Is it worth it to get an extra blessing and 3 life? I mean, we might have to spend 2 life if we get unlucky. It still seems the odds are in our favor. All right, let's try it. Seems like the odds are in our favor. Even if we have to spend 2 health once, we'd still come out ahead and get a blessing. Okay, let's see if we're lucky or not. No, we're jinxed. Okay, so we're not going to let ourselves be jinxed. We're going to use our fortune teller hut to lose 2 life. That brings us to 58. We can't spend a glimmer because we don't have it. And we're going to draw another 13. Now, here's where we could end up on the worst side of this. Lady Luck is on our side. Okay, that's the other thing I keep forgetting. You can get glimmers. So we got a glimmer. This goes away, though. That makes luck harder for us because it doesn't say return it. Okay, so these 13s go back. We've used up that 13. We did get a glimmer. And we get 3 life back. So we made our life back, 61. Net plus of 1, not much. But we also got a 153. I mean, that fortune teller hut is a powerful card. There's no doubt about it. All right, so we're in shape. -4 or ignore -X and then return it. So this is a good card where you might as well use it if you have a good reason, if you have a place you can use it. Okay, that was this look, which brought this over here. And we're keeping this map so we can take a photograph of this new area. All right, it's time to walk over here. I don't see anything else to do. I wanted to see what this thing was. I mean, it looks like there's a little floating throne or a room into the way into that mountain, but I don't see any way to do it, to get in there. So I guess we're going on our way. Let's move up. It's a walk +2. Wonder if we shouldn't just use this right away. I mean, why not? We don't want to draw cards. I'm just going to use this right now. Why hold on to it? Just for hoping for this? I suppose we are hoping for... It just seems like we're at a place where it's already 3 cards. I'm just going to go ahead and use this to save us 3 cards. I mean, why not? Rather than keep it around. So we're walking up here. All right, well, let me bring out the other cards here. 4 seems like a dangerous neighborhood, to be honest. These 4 neighborhoods. All right, where do you want to go, Jonathan? Do you want to look at this first, or you want to head straight up to here? I guess we might just do this in order, right? Walk up this way. All right, let's look at that 215. I mean, we're in it for exploring as well, so we're not going to turn down an opportunity to explore. The thin shells are visible on the rocks, breaking through the surface of the water. Thin shells, huh? They look edible, but you have to pry them off first, and the rocks they're on seem very slippery. So we could just go on our way. Or we could do one of these tests, and we do have the rope that makes it easier, which would let us keep a card and get 6 life back. We might as well. But we're going to get injured if we fail, so we can't afford to get injured. But we do have a bunch of cards for this. So we have a dexterity. We could use the long stick. That gives us a star and the ability to draw 1 card, but we don't need to be able to draw 1 card because we can draw as many cards as we want. So it's just the star, same as our rope, a star. Now, can we use both? The rope is a trinket, and the long stick is a weapon and a secondary. So we can use both of these except for the fact that they're different actions. Oh, that was almost, we were almost going to be able to pull that off. All right, so we can't use both. And we don't have any other item that helps with these. All right, so let's just use our trusty rope again. We're going to choose the climb action. We can't afford to fail this, but we have cards to help. In fact, we have this card to help us if we draw these guys. But so we need 3 stars, so now we need 2 stars. I'm going to draw 4. Surely we'll succeed with 4. And then we'll get 6 back and get to keep 1. It's a small net, but it's a net. Okay, so all I need is 2 stars here. There's 1, there's 2. We overkilled by 2. I shouldn't have taken all 4, but okay. So now we're going to get 6 cards back. And let's see if we want to keep one of these. We don't really need Onward. Restoring Aura. That's the new card Jonathan had us get. Top 3 cards, put them back in any order, and then block it. Shield. Are any of these better than... I suppose Sixth Sense is pretty good. Walking once. I don't really want to use the aura yet. Fight, run, and walk. Doesn't look like it's, well. All right, let's take Onward just for fun to help us walk more efficiently. So these get thrown away. Was this from my hand? Why did I use this card? I'm not sure what I was thinking. Okay, but we get 6 cards back. I took one of the cards. I'm not sure why I was so keen to use that card. That was not so smart. I don't think we needed that. Okay, but 6 cards come back. 3, 4, 5, 6. Was still a net benefit for us, but seemed like a little bit of a waste of time. Maybe we should have just not bothered with it. Okay, rope we get to keep. This goes away. That was all we saw from this, huh? We ate some little shells. All right, we're heading up here to look in this ruins now. 1 card. You know, I never even pay attention to these looks. Do we have any? Is there a reason why I might not have to draw that 1 card? Do we have any eyeball help? Not really. Keep your eye open for an opportunity to rest, though, because we do have a way to rest more efficiently. Okay, 281. Let's see what's in here. I love these little ruins. Are we going to see another piece of Stonehenge? I think maybe I'm blocking the light. That's what it is. My tablet's blocking the light because I didn't see Jonathan said to check. Are there more 215s or 281s? Oh, that's a good point. There's no more 215s. I thought there were. No, there's no more 215s, but there's one 281. So we're doing the 281 now. But I wonder if there was more 284s. Oh, but 284 came out. Okay, 284 came out, and there's no more 215s. We ate the shellfish. Now we're doing 281 over here. At the foot of a ruined tower, a sign reads, Stone Heap 36 blank. Unfortunately, a chip in the stone makes the rest of the inscription illegible. Cannot know just how far you are from the city straight. Okay, so we've seen these before. I haven't been able to make much sense of them. They all look the same. So if you don't have a weakness, take a glimmer. Love it. I'll take it. Any character may apply the following effect from the terrain it's attached to. So again, this is something that's not much use to us where we are, and we don't know how to reach that because we don't know how to read it. You don't think we're meant to take a 36 card, do you? Well, there's one way, easy way to find out. You just look at the 36, you see if it has a thumbs up. It doesn't, so that means you're not supposed to take it. Okay. Stone Heap. Did we make it to this area? We know where we are on the map. Is this the stone heap we've seen before? Are we now in common area? Is that right? Well, there's an easy way to find out. There's an easy way to find out. Let's bring up our map. If it is, it would be off to our right. Oh my God, we have. Look, there it is. So we've actually been here before. Huh. So we never went south from here, or we would have met these people. We are back in common. We're back in an area we know. But we're supposed to be going north. Look how far up north we've gone. Wow, this is some cool area. I mean, we were here, but very briefly. But we're looking for a tall northernmost area to climb up on. And look for a tree. Of course, some of these may be different because of different scenario-specific stuff. Well, there's nothing to do but head north. Now, we were here before, but we were here very fleetingly, and we ran away because it was dangerous. But what is going to be on the card above us here? The vehicles reinforced. I'm not sure we're strong enough to deal with this, but all right, let's keep going. Does it want us to go to the tower outside of Cal? I don't think so. You mean this place? That's not a place you can climb up on. We're supposed to be going to some high elevation tower where we can climb up and look. Although you're right, that could be scenario specific. I don't think it wants us to go to Kel. It wanted us to go north. No, it wants us to go north. We're already past Kel, northernly. So I think we're just supposed to go north, keep going north. We've never been up north of this card. So I'd incline to be thinking that we should still be heading north. And there might be scenario specific. All right, well, let's keep going. All right, let's make sure we don't miss any numbers, though. The tower is not much of a detour. It can't be Kel's tower. It can't be. It can't be. I refuse to even consider it. Jeremy says a hint only if requested. Yes, please don't give us a hint. Don't give us a hint. Don't give us a hint. All right, let's see what we got here. As you walk along a river, you notice a small boat in a sorry state. If no waterway can be seen, or you want to continue, just discard it. Otherwise, we can travel by river. Uninterrupted number of cards. And then discard an exploration card adjacent to us. So let's put this card here. So this is here. So we could use this right now just to get in the boat, and from the boat get rid of this card, which I think we want to do because who knows what this is, and we're not here for these guys. So let's just go in a circle here. We could get rid of this one or this one, but I think we should just keep heading north. I mean, look, Jonathan, this is, you really want to go here, but look, it's a monument. This is not the thing we're supposed to climb up and look. What are you saying now? I can't do what? If no waterway can be seen, okay, there is a waterway on our terrain card. Otherwise, we take a trip. We travel to a connected to terrain card, and then we discard a face up or face down exploration card adjacent to our destination. So we just stay in this thing and then get rid of one of these two. Oh, the boat card. I see. Oh, the boat card is what I drew. Oh, you're right. The boat card is what I drew. I just added another one by mistake. Okay, quite right. The boat card is what I drew. So we could discard this one. I guess we'll discard this one, even though I don't really plan for us to go there. But yes, you have a point. Okay, so this comes out here. Now, I remember we were very excited about this card when we eventually saw it, and it was like a moat you could swim across to. And we did manage to do it, I remember. I don't think it's where we want to go now. Do you want to reread where it said for us to go this mission? He says, go north along the Great Sea. Go north along the Great Sea to the column of elevation. Once you've reached it, climb to the top. The column of elevation. Well, maybe. I mean, I see what you're trying to say about climbing to the top of column, but it's not north. That's the problem. It's way west. Like we've gone north a bit, and now it's way west of us, though. The Tower of Kel is on the northern coast of the Great Sea. You've now said the Tower of Kel. Is this the Tower of Kel? This monument is what you're calling the Tower of Kel? It's Kel's column. That's what we're talking about, right? And it is on the northern... It is, you're saying on the map, it is, you think, here on the northern part of the Great Sea, huh? I don't think it is, though. It's here. But okay, it is a short diversion, and now I'm starting to think, what if we are supposed to climb up this monument? All right, Jonathan. All right. All right. We're gonna make our way there. It's not too far. It's just one left of this, one west of this. All right, let's make our way. Um, okay, but this goes away because we use this 296. Okay, 296 does have flags, but it's not us. A wobbly bridge hangs over the river. The vegetation on the riverside is gradually taking back its rightful place. Okay, there's a fun guy selling stuff here. We could talk to him. There's ground shivers. It is exciting to be in this area we haven't been in a long time, but it was more exciting to be discovering new places. So let me put this out. All right, so we're gonna head over this way. We're going west. We're gonna jump across stuff here. There's a 4. There's a 4. We had to walk. We draw a card. Do we want to keep it? It's a rest action. And we block it? Sure, why not? Let's do it. I'm gonna take this instead of, seems a shame. We're gonna lose this card instead of using it. I'm gonna keep this card. I'm gonna just use this I'm gonna use these right now is what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna use second wind now to take a nap. And because we have sleep wool, because we're taking a nap, which gets us 5 cards back. I mean, why not? In fact, as soon as this card comes up, you should use it because it's not great for successes. So you might as well use it and block it. That's 5 cards back, and we can take one of these into our hand if we want, and we now have space, so we might as well. I think maybe we'll take, yeah, there we go. Perseverance. This gets blocked, but also because we have sleep wool, we can take a 152 card, which is another blessing of confidence. We now have unleashed and confidence. I'll put these out. That sleep wool really comes in handy. All right, that was the right thing to do. And now we want to go west, so we're going over here. So far, we haven't had to do any combat this mission. A link waves to you. Unfortunately, a turbulent river stands between you, rushing so loudly any conversation is impossible. So we can just ignore this person, or we can get in the water and try to reach the opposite bank. 2 and 4. We don't have anything to help us with it. If we fail, we're gonna get tired. But if we succeed, we might be able to hear a story about the Aberabid that we're looking for. Or we could trade for something. We have barter items. Is it worth it to do this, or should we just go on our way? I mean, we have definitely the ability to succeed at this. But we would have to draw a bunch of cards. We do like talking because we are trying to find our... but I hate to do this when we're... Let's pass this guy up. I'll tell you what. Once we've accomplished our mission, we can do these side things, but we don't have time for this guy. Is he drowning? No, it's just a river between us. We're not saving anyone's life. We've got stuff to do. He's just going to want to trade with us. Right? Okay, we'll skip it. What's the odds he's going to... Although, what if we could trade it for some of the goods we need, right? I mean, we do need, like, spools of thread. We don't have that much to trade for it, though. All right, we're just going to skip it. 238. We'll meet him again in the future. What is this card? Was it this? All right, here we go. 238. Kel's Column, a monument once... All right, so this is not what... This is not it. It's not... It doesn't have a scenario-specific thing. Unless we can look at it. All right, maybe we can. All right, I'm not... Maybe I spoke too soon. Because we can now go look at it. Maybe when we look at it, it'll be scenario-specific. All right, so we're going to walk over there. It costs us +2, so 3 total, but I'm just going to use onward, which is what lets us, when we're walking, not spend any. So it's cheap for us to walk over here. We're going to stand where it's safe. Draw a card to look. 224. Let's see if Jonathan's hunch paid off. Symbol specific. The monumental column identically resembles the one depicted on the city-state's coat of arms. Building it must have involved huge efforts at the time and testifies to the megalomania of the Kellian leaders. It must be the column of elevation mentioned by the leader of the Levitors. So Jonathan did it. He got us to where we should go. All right, time for a break. We'll come back and we'll climb up that column and see what we see. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So Jonathan and Jeremy, with a little bit of guidance, has got us to this monument of Kel, and we're going to climb up it. Hopefully we use the rope. One of the levitors, a novice, judging by his outfit, stands at the edge of the basin where the column rises. Doubled over and soaked to the skin from head to toe, he's catching his breath after yet another unsuccessful attempt to climb. So we're going to talk to him. And then, well, then we can try to climb it. And I guess first we got to talk to him. 218. Okay. Phew. This is my 6th attempt. Each time I fail just before reaching the top. I'm trying too hard or not hard enough. Did you come to find your tree too? That's right. Any idea how best to get to the top? If I knew that, I'd have my stilts by now. There are plenty of shards in the column that can be used as holds. The secret is in your ability to manage your strength. If you reserve your energy, you will slip. If you expend too much energy, you will be exhausted before you reach the top. A revered guide wears a star for each success he's had in reaching the top. I've heard he's even tattooed one on a particularly sacred spot, if you know what I mean. If you want to spend time figuring out what the Levitor novice meant, read 601. Otherwise, return the dialogue book. Okay, so we noted he had stars in his headdress, like one star, maybe another one, and he had one on his shoulder. But now, does that mean, aren't we supposed to have known what this said? It said, during the result step of the following action, write down the number of successes. So we do these climbing. Top of the column is nearly a cubit away. Take a card whose number is equal to 224 plus the number of successes you obtained. If it's not the right card or it's not available, apply the consequences below. How weird. Um, I guess we want to do this, right? I mean, like, I'm not even sure what it's asking us. I'm not really sure, but I think we should do this extra action. Like, no matter what, if we thought we figured it out or not, it seems like we should read 601 and learn about it a little bit more. But it is weird. He's like, the leader says if you spend too much energy, you get exhausted. Okay. So it's giving us some advice. We shouldn't spend too much energy, and we shouldn't spend too little. And he keeps a star for each success. I've heard he's even tattooed one on a particularly sacred spot. Well, we saw one on his shoulder, but maybe he's saying he's also got one down below. But I think we need to go to 601 to learn a little bit more. I'm not sure why we're so... Okay, so look at this fun thing. We're going to think about it to learn more. We need 5 successes. Yikes. Okay, but if you fail, nothing major happens. All right, well, we have some people to help with this. We've got our Engineers Guild. They're pretty good at thinking. +1, that doesn't help us, but they do turn 2 flags into a success. That's pretty good. And Nail doesn't help us. So that's all we've got for thinking. These guys. They also let us throw away cards for a symbol. Okay, well, so we could deliberately fail this or spend this to get information. I feel like we should spend it. We should try to succeed at this. So we need 5 stars. We need 5 successes. Okay. We need 5 successes. So we're going to use these folk. They're going to let us change flags into successes. And reinforcement lets us turn 2 flags into 2 successes. And this gets us a bonus success. So if we use this, now we only need 4 successes. Wish I had a way to do this a little bit better, to keep this on screen somehow. But this is what we're up against. 4 successes. We're not confused. Okay. That's the best we can do, huh? I mean, we do have this stuff, but I feel like maybe we should save this till when we need it. All right, 4 successes or more. And it would be nice if we didn't have to use 4. And if we fail, it's not the end of the world. We can even try it again. Okay, I'm going to take 6. I think with 6, we should be able to do this. All right, let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 5 successes. We got all 5 successes, and we got flags. Not too many, not too overkill though, but we didn't have to use this. So we just plain succeeded in the 601 check. So now we get to read 572 to learn a little bit more after we've thought about what he's saying. Let's see what we can make of it. The key to successfully climbing to the top of the elevation column lies in the right amount of energy to spend. Each star that the chief of the Levitors wears, tattoos, jewels, patterns, corresponds to 1 success to be obtained to succeed in the ascent. Take a 150 card. All right, so we get a 150 right now, which is focused, which lets us take a card in the discard pile whenever we want it. Okay, and now we're done here. So, but actually we can see him. He's right here. So, how many does he have? He's got 1 on his shoulder, 1 on his chest. Does he have 1 more here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I shouldn't have thrown that away so quickly. Each star that the chief wears, tattoo, jewels, or patterns corresponds to a success. So I guess we have to spend just the right amount of energy. But it also said pattern, so that seems like it's 1, 2. I don't know if this one counts, if that's a 3. 4, 5, 6. Has he got an earring? 7, 8, 9. It sure looks like he's got an earring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's start at the hat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess I get 9 if we think this is a star here, which I'm thinking it is. Either 8 or 9. I guess I go for 9. What do you think, Jonathan? Do you think it's 8 or do you think it's 9? Jonathan agrees that it's 9. If we're wrong, it's a wasted of 9, but that's pretty cool. Okay. So now that we've figured out what we're supposed to do, we now have to top of the column, take a card whose number is equal to the number of successes you obtain. During the results step of the following action, write down the number of successes you obtain. Now, you don't, in general, you don't have to use successes. So I think we can overkill it and only choose to use the ones we want. I'm not 100% sure about that. Occasionally, well, in our last battle, we were told, like, you have to take into account every success. I'm not sure. This probably was on the FAQ somewhere, but I'm pretty sure that when you get results, you're not normally forced to take them. Yeah, look. It says may take into account any obtained successes visible in the result area. Is not compelled to take all obtained successes into account. Okay, so unless it says otherwise. So we just need to get 9 successes. It's no small matter. It's a climbing action. And it's not chain locked. So I guess we're going to use our rope again to give us 1 success. And I think we should, I think if we can use some of these, we might as well, because who knows how long we're going to. Skillful. I don't think we're going to get this. I'm trying to think, like, I don't want to get tired with a 101, so I want us to beat this, but I also don't want to waste a huge amount of cards on this. So I'm trying to think if we shouldn't figure out a way to do this efficiently. Normally we try to save stuff for when we really need it, but I just wonder if it's not a good time to. Two flags just gets us 2 success. I mean, how many cards would we have to draw to get 5? Not that many. Maybe I don't want to waste all this. We'll discard this, block this. All right, let's do this. I'm going to use some of this stuff rather than keep all these blessings forever. So I've used that blessing to get to get authority in hand, which gets me 2 flags because I can use that to get 2 extra stars if we need it. I can combine these 2 cards to get us 2 stars, 3 stars. Rope is 4 stars. So if we want to, even drawing no cards, we could get 4 stars and draw 2 less. Then if I use confident, that would get us our 5 stars. Oh, but we're going for 9 cards. 9 successes. All right. So I can get us 2, 3, 4 if we need it. So we just need to get 5 on our own. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to go ahead and use confident. Well, no, let me keep 2 of these. Okay, so 4 successes on our own. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'd like to not have to spend everything. Let's draw 7. That should be enough to get us most of the way there on our own. And then we can use a couple of these if we need them. All right, let's see what we got. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus rope makes 6. Now we need 3 more. 7, 8, 9. Wow. It needed everything to pull off the 9. I thought we were going to do better on our own. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, we don't need this because we can use flags that we drew on our own. 8, 9. Good. That worked out well. A little nerve-wracking though that we just made it. So all these cards were spent, however, reinforcement gets blocked. And perseverance gets blocked. All right, we use some powerful cards to avoid having to draw like crazy. And this was a card we drew. Yes, okay. All right, so we've chosen to use all 9. So now we're taking a card that's 224 plus 9. And if we're wrong, we have to do it again. Jonathan says, I'm not sure we could use reinforcement without a companion. Yes, it's true, but the way I'm playing with these companions is we're always going to use, I'm just going to assume we're always using a companion with that card. I think I tried to say that explicitly earlier, that it's annoying to have to declare that every time. We're just going to assume that any card that says you need a companion to use this, just assume that we're choosing a companion. In fact, we can pick a companion in case there's ever a consequence. We're always going to take our dog with us. He's always by our side. If we don't declare explicitly, it's the dog. Otherwise, it's a random one or something like that. All right. Now, if we're wrong about this, boy, that's going to be a waste. 224 plus 9 is 233. I'm not going to be all that happy if this is not the right card, to be honest with you. In a last-ditch effort, you climb to the top of the column. You've made it. At the end of your strength, you contemplate the surroundings, but not a single tree is visible. Incredulous, doubt overcomes you. Would the leader of the Levitors have lied to you? Unless this is a new test, you sit down cross-legged and begin to clear your mind. Okay, so he worded it about the tree oddly. He worded it like the tree that's meant for you. Oh, I thought we were going to have to pick out a number. No, we have to do some tests. We're doing some meditation here. The image of a lone tree appears briefly in your mind. The more you in all likelihood, the more you meditate, the more detailed the vision will become. Take a 101 and a 376. So 101 is an objective. So we've got our first objective. And a 376. What is that? 376. The vision of the tree that appeared to you is at the top of the column still etched in your mind. So we got a little bit of a vision. The tree of your destiny. When you think you've found the tree that is meant for you, whose branches you can use to make your pair of stilts, take a card whose number is equal to the number on your terrain plus 44. If it's not the right card, you're gradually overcome by doubt. Throw away all your blessings and take an exhausted. Okay. All right. But we now have to think harder. So if we succeed, we take a 338 and return it. But the die drops down. Return this. Return this. How can you return it and have the die drop down? I don't get that. Does that make sense to you? Like, this comes out, right? If you fail, what happens? There's no failure. And if you succeed, oh, it's a read. Or read. Okay, it's an or read. I see. Okay, so if you fail, I guess nothing happens on the first test. You just keep going. And then at any point, you can choose to read what you've figured out so far and be done, or keep trying to think harder. And then this would be the best outcome. So you don't get to read all three, but the best outcome would be here. And if you fail, the worst you do is read 338. So 338 is the worst outcome if you fail any step of the way. All right, well, let's try to get the best outcome. I think the fact that we found this so quickly and we climbed it so efficiently means we can spend our time here. They're locked in chains, so they're going to be a little hard for us, especially since I spent cards I didn't want to with the rope. But our engineers are good at thinking. They can give us a +1 on each of these and turn flags into successes. So they're actually pretty good for this test. All right, so we're taking them with us. They make all of these +1. So 3 cards to get 2 successes. Seems easy enough. If we needed to, we could use this to generate an extra success. Surely we won't need it here, though. I would love to have more cards in hand, though. But I don't have the cards that let us think better. Okay, 3 cards for 2 successes. We'd rather not use this, so we'll take 4 cards. We should be able to get 2 successes on our own. Surely. Okay, 4 cards. Here we go. All right, so we got our 2 successes. Although maybe we should have taken our time here and taken less cards because there'd be no failure. Yes. This was pointless. I should have just drawn 2 cards and kept doing it until we got 2 successes rather than wastefully draw 2 because there's no penalty for success. All right, so I wasted 2 cards for us. We didn't need any of this. All right, so we succeed. The die goes down to here, and now it's a 3. Unless we wanted to read this thing, but we don't want to. All right, so now if we fail this, then we don't get another shot at it. So that's it. This is our only chance. Now we need 3 successes. The engineers are going to let us use 3 cards for 3 successes. And this lets us get 1 success. So we just need, yeah, let's do this on our own. 1 card. I'm going to need to get our health back. Okay, so it's going to cost us 8 health. That brings us down to 53 health. Still plenty. All right, we need 3 successes. We can do this with 3 cards easily. And we shouldn't even have to use our flags for this. But I don't want to use our flags because we need to get 4 successes next time, which will be a little harder. So we need to pull this off without spending this, and then we'll spend this on our final test to make sure we make it. Okay, so I want to do this with 3 on 3 without having to spend anything. So I think if I take 5, we should be able to do it. And if we fail, we'll do well, we won't fail. Okay, well, there's our success easily with 3 cards. A little bit, in fact, a lot overkill. That's because we've got good cards now. All right, so now we're down on a 4. This is the only one that could be a little tricky. We have to get 4 stars on 3 cards. 4 stars on 3 cards, but we can get an automatic one here. I think we should just go ahead and use confidence. Let's not take any chances here at failing this. 2, 3, 4, 5. So this gets us 1 star. This gets us 2 stars. We would only need 2 stars on our own. All right, so this we should be fine. Got some pretty bad cards here. All right. So we get to use 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. All we could get with 3 cards is 2 stars. But we did use this. That gets us 3 stars. And now we have to use these guys to get the 4 stars. We actually just barely made it again. Okay, that got spent. That got spent. Assuming I didn't do anything wrong, that's pretty expensive. But it's scary that we just made it. A little scary. But I guess we could have in fact, how many flags did we get on our own? We actually got the flags on our own, didn't we? So we didn't need to use authority. We got 2 flags on our own to trigger our engineers. Okay, so we were going to make that. All right, so we thought the hardest we could. We're going to read 265 and return this. $265. We're having a vision after lots of meditation of which tree is our tree. The outline of the tree takes shape in your mind. Its black trunk reaches up to the sky. A stream flows nearby with a path of crumbling planks at its edge. The wind kicks up wisps of steam or smoke. The vision ceases and you open your eyes again. You carefully descend to the base of the column. So we get a Hope Reborn. We now have 2 of these, at least. And we get a 150, which I'll note, well, we used that recently. So that's another reason we can't keep hoarding these, because you get them again. And return this book. Okay, I'm not going to return this book till we write this down. In fact, let's do it this way. Let's take a screenshot. All right, so if we wanted to, could we bring it back up? Where's the slideshow? Oh, that is the slideshow. All right, I can bring this back up if we need it then. Although it's a little hard to see me. That's a little easier for me to screenshot. Okay. So I suppose we could actually try to find it here while this is open. Let's see. Stream flows nearby. We know what it looks like. We know it looks like this. Black trunk reaches up to the sky. Stream flows nearby with a path of crumbling planks at its edge. So we're looking for a stream and a tree. Is that our tree right there? Is that our tree right there? Path of crumbling planks at the edge of the stream. A wind kicks up. Wisps of steam or smoke. There's our tree right there. There's our tree right there, but we can't interact with it. Oh, we don't have to interact with it. We just follow these instructions. All right, I think we did find it, thanks to our previous exploration and photography skills. Okay, good work. I feel like we're just hitting our stride here with this scenario. I wonder if this guy, if you guessed 8, do you think if you guessed 8 for stars, it would be like close enough? I wonder. I wonder if we really had to get exactly 9. Okay, so where is that place? It's up here. Our tree of destiny is up here somewhere. So let's shift everything this way. According to my map, is it here? It's right here, isn't it? Yes, it's right here is our tree. All right, so let's walk there. We don't have a, where's our efficient walking? Is it in our discard? It is. So if we wanted to take the focus card right now, we could bring this into our hand. And for 2, we could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not worth it. But if we're going to get into a fight, I want something in my hand. I'm going to go use your focused right now to take back Determination into our hand. We might as well. Like, Determination is a great card to have. There's no point carrying around this blessing forever. I'm just going to spend it to get us Determination. And now, are we done with this card? Yes. I guess this is supposed to stay out. But I'll just put it out. I don't know. I can't imagine we're going to climb up that thing again, but I'll put it out where that column was. All right, let's walk ourselves over there. So 1 to walk over there. We can keep it if we want it. It's a runaway card. I guess I'll just keep it because I'm at 5. Then I'm going to walk. Well, is there any reason we'd want to walk up this way where it's dangerous? Have we already been there? This is the card that's above me here. This card right here. Is there any reason we want me to unveil that card rather than going the other way? I don't think so, unless we want to search that card for some reason. Doesn't seem like it. I agree. All right, so we're just going to walk here. That takes 3 cards. Let's see if we want to keep one of these instead. There's a think. There's a fist. There's a climb. I think we're going to need to be building these things. Building, we might need strength, right? I wonder if we shouldn't. I'm going to take ready for anything and get rid of fight. And then maybe when we walk up there and look for our tree, we'll do something with that at a time. Okay, I'm going up here once more. That's 1 card. We can keep this if we want. It helps us walk quickly. I don't think we care about that. We're well set up to battle. All right, now we're going to do this card. Before we do, is there any reason to take a card into hand? Yes. Take 3 cards from our discard pile. I mean, yes, let's get some instant successes. But do we want this? No mercy. It's not many cards we want better. All right, I'll hold on to it. All right, here we go. An individual is lying at the edge of the stream. Do you want to move on or stop? All right, well, last time we were about our business, but I think we have time to spare here. So let's go talk to this person. We have a ground shiver of 5. Hopefully he's not going to rob us. I wonder if we did this already. I'm going to see if we did this and I left this card because I know there was 1 card on the table that I just put back in. I wonder if we did this. Let me see. 247. No, we didn't do it. Okay, I'm banishing this. We are talking to this person. Here we go. Hopefully this isn't a terrible mistake and they're not going to rob us. The individual does not react. You approach to examine him As you turn over the inert body, the man is missing part of his skull and seems to have died recently. Do you want to search the corpse, Jonathan? I don't see why we wouldn't search this corpse. Get some barter items. All right, we're doing it. 274. I don't need a second opinion about that. A weapon lies in the grass next to the corpse. You pick it up and search the body when a scream rings out behind you. Whoa. What have you done? She rushes towards you, brandishing a sword. Take a 299 card. If you want to try to convince her, take a 299 card. Is this like a... Oh, we found the weapon. Slingshot. It's not the best for us, but it is a projectile that can be useful. All right, now, 3 cards we can run away, huh? The thing is, we are good at convincing, and I think if we convince her, if we can, first of all, if she wants to fight, I will kill this lady. We are ruthless. We don't have time to mess around. If she insists on fighting us, I'm just going to murder her. But if she's open to reason, maybe we'll get a side quest out of this. So I'm gonna try to convince her that this body is old. Yeah, I'm gonna try to convince her because I want a little side quest here. 292, and because we've got people who are good at convincing. Okay, so let's look at what it is. It's a negotiate. 2 and 4, or 3 and 2 if your influence is 15 or higher, which it's not quite that high. Okay, so what are we gonna do here? Negotiation. Where's our negotiation person? What? Oh, it's our elegant shoes that help us negotiate. But it doesn't give us any stars. Is our thief the negotiator? Yes. Our thief is the negotiator and he's blocked. Okay, but we do have our elegant shoes. We're only allowed to draw 2 cards. We need 4 successes. And it's a forced action here. Oh, wow, she's going to hurt us if we fail this. Do I really not have anyone that can help with this? Remember, we have the book that lets us use luck if we fail. Yes, we do, don't we? If you fail and negotiate, try luck, and then ignore the consequences and take it again and accept the new outcome. All right, so I'm going to get that book handy. This thing lets us use the elegant shoes lets us use dexterity. That's not going to help us much since we don't have much dexterity in our deck. However, what do we have by way of blessings? Not much. We do have 1 success. Where okay, I've got that card. We have 1 guaranteed success, 2 flags. I really thought we had someone to help us with negotiating. Too bad we can't unblock that guy. Dog doesn't want to help us negotiate. That's 1 success. We need 4 successes. 4 successes on 2 cards. Unfortunately, I didn't use this to get us better cards. This would mean if we use this, we're going to need 3 successes on 2 cards. This is unusual. Normally we can... Normally we can have ways to draw extra cards. But can we... Okay, so the engineers, can you see this? The engineers can let us throw away 2 cards to generate a random symbol. So if we threw away 4 cards, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, they would generate 2 wild cards, which we could use here to generate 2 stars. So 2 stars plus 1 star would be 3 stars, which is all we, and then plus our own. All right, so I think we can succeed in this if we need to dispose our entire hand to do it. Now, we're allowed to keep, there's our test. We're allowed to keep 2 cards to get 4. So what we'd really like to do is get at least 2 stars, maybe 3 here. So I'm going to draw 5 cards. That's a good chance that we'll get 3 stars of our own and not have to abandon our whole hand. Although you're right, we do have the book. But that book makes us do it again. All right, let's see what we got here. So far, so bad. We need at least 1 more full star. Okay, we did get 1. All right, so with 2 cards, we're not allowed to use more. We've got 2 successes. And this makes it 3. Now we've got 3 successes, but we need 4. So the way we're going to get 4 is we need to use a dexterity. But we didn't draw any dexterities because we don't have those kinds of cards. But what we can do is we can use this ability to throw away 2 cards from our hand, which is going to be Mercy and Authority, to generate a wild card, and then the wild card is going to be used with our Elegant Shoes to generate our 4th star. So that's it. That's a lot of cards we've wasted to talk to this woman out of fighting us when we could have just murdered her. We lost a lot of cards in our hand. It's kind of exhausting just so this woman, so we wouldn't have to kill this woman. All right, but we did succeed. So she lowers her weapon and bursts into tears. Read 320. This better be something good or I'm going to murder this woman. All right, it looks like I was exactly right that we're getting a side quest. He was my soulmate. We stopped to rest, and when I woke up, he was gone. I've been looking for him for hours, and now I find you standing over his body. I just found him. Look at these tracks in the mud. They're heading towards the water. Your friend was killed by an aquatic creature. It's a sad end, but I promise you I will follow these tracks and kill the beast that took his life. It's the tracks of the aquatic creature. This is what they look like. Write down on your side, on your thing, that we've got a new side quest, which is what I was thinking we might get from helping this woman. Thirst for vengeance. Okay. When you spot the tracks of the creature, On 2 permanent event cards on the board, you have traced it and read 343. So spot 2 tracks on 2 event cards. Read 343. And this was card 320, Thirst for Vengeance. All right. Well, I mean, we have our old map on our thing, so we could try to find it anytime we want. Are there any right now already out? I don't see any. All right, how do you feel about that side quest we've gotten? Thirst for vengeance, killing the aquatic creature that murdered this man who was soulmates with the woman. I hope that's worth it. Okay, so that was this card here. Now we get to bring this out. I feel like it might have been worth it. 176. An imposing, dilapidated building stands on a bend in the river. It must be the ruins of Fort Shade, a garrison made infamous after the debacle of the Smoking Plain, in which the Kellyan army suffered one of its greatest setbacks against the burrowers. All right, so we would get our Unleashed back, but we already have it. All right, here's the card, and there's our tree. And an interesting building that we might want to check out. I mean, I know we must have visited it before. I guess that's not quite true. We've definitely come by this way, but we might have been so harried that we were scared to stop at this tree. That I don't remember. Do you remember if we ever went into this old fort? I have a feeling we didn't. All right, let me walk up in there. That's one card. In fact, I'm going to spend 2 cards just because I want more cards in my hand. I'm going to walk with 2 and then keep 2. Not that great. Do you think we visited the fort before? Why isn't it tracking it? Because it's too far up on the screen. I'm going to bring everything down a bit. Sorry. Okay, so there's our tree. Now, should we deal with our tree first, or do you want to examine this fort first? And I guess this tree is up here because there's a 4 here and a 3 here. All right, what do you think? We've been to Fort Shade. They shot at us, and I don't even think when we crawled across the battlefield they would let us in. At least that's what I recall. I do remember something like that. I'm not sure exactly where it was, though. All right, let's work on our business. When you think you found the tree that is meant, well, we have. All right, come on, guys. Get your cubes working. When you think you found the trees meant for you, whose branches you can use to make a pair of stilts, take a card whose number is equal to the number of your terrain card plus 44. And if we're wrong, we get exhausted. Okay, so this card is 176. So plus 44 is 220. 220. 176 plus 44. Plus 30 would be 206. Plus 10 would be 216. Plus 4 is 220. All right, well, there is thumbs up telling us we combine this card with that card, so we are allowed to read this card. You know instinctively that the tree before you is the one you're looking for. You push aside one of the many pendulous branchlets that stand between you and the dead branches at the foot of the trunk. You immediately withdraw your hand with a yell. A gash on your palm is bleeding profusely. How ironic. The trees of the tree that's meant for you are razor sharp. Ooh, we're going to get injured. We can postpone the task or do this. Okay, so we just got the slingshot, which is not for dodging, so I was wrong about that. We don't have anything to help us dodge. Doesn't look like it. Not even the dog can help. All right, so, but 2 and 2, that's easy enough. 2 and 2, that's easy. And then we go down to this next step, 2 and 5. You cautiously weave your way among the pendulous branchlets, taking a step to the side each time a gust of wind stirs them. After picking up a long branch at the base of the tree, you extricate yourself from the death trap. Take a 102 and a 99, get rid of the tree of destiny, banish this. Okay, but if we fail, we lose a life point and take a 3, which is injured of some sort. Yeah, 3 is injured. And remember, then if we did it again and we failed, the injury would harm us more. Now, what is this thing? If you want to postpone, return it. Otherwise, you must do that. Why isn't it just a... Well, I think we should postpone it. If for no other reason that... I'm just going to put it back in the deck for a second. 220. Well, I'll put it nearby. Okay, because we have got a card that lets us go and take up to 3 cards from discard. So now that we know what we're up against, let's just take the cards we need for this. We need cards that let us dodge. I mean, determination is good. I'm going to throw away ready for anything. Sorry, I know it's a little hard to see. I'm going to throw away ready for anything to take 3 cards, and then I'm blocking this. Okay, that's fine. So I'm taking determination. And if we have anything to help us dodge, I'll take that. Otherwise, just some generic cards. Run away. Look at the cards. Put them back in any order. That's not that helpful. Shuffle 1 card. Flags turn into successes. That's good. I'm allowed to draw 3 cards. Let me see if there's anything better here. 2 flags, yes. Oh, that might be even better for us. Yeah, I think that's probably even better. So this goes here. Okay, so I'm going to keep these 3 cards. I'm going to get rid of consider. We'll keep ruthless attack for now. All right, that puts us in a little bit better position here. All right, now we're going to do this again. All right, and we're going to need to get 5 successes, but now we've got a +1, a success, and a way to turn flags into 2 successes. So I think we'll be able to pull this off in 1 shot, if not 2 at the most. But this 2 and 2 we can do on our own, and we'd like to not spend anything in doing it. So it's just a dodge. We don't have anything to help us dodge, but we don't need anything to help us dodge. Okay, so, but what we will need to do, there's 1 card, what we will need to do is refresh our health. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we lost 7 health. That brings us to 46. 46. Now we're going to shuffle here. Okay, 2 and 2. And it's no big deal if we fail this. We just don't want to get injured. We could use cards if we somehow failed this. We could use our cards, but we really need to save these for the next step. So I don't think we really can't really afford to miss this. So I guess I'll draw 4 cards. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 cards. We should surely be able to get 2 successes on our own. Not need any help. We're using the apprentice engineers just in case. Okay. Well, there's 4 successes. Way overkill. Well, when our hand works, it works. But we get to keep one of these. Is there one of these we want? Yes. Yes, there is. Probably this one rather than fighting, at least for this task. So I don't think we're going to need that. Can actually keep 2 of these because of our skill. But I think we want all of our others. Actually, Jack of all trades is not that useful to us. All right, let's take this one and we'll just use this right away. That's not really going to help us. All right, doesn't matter. All right, so we achieved that. Now we're going down to the 2 and 5. So even if we don't do this on this time, we'll do it on the next, but I'd rather not. So I suppose we're going to do this first to look at the top 3 cards. We're going to use our 6th sense to scry the top 3 cards and see what we've got here. So we're going to put them, we've got 2 flags and 2.5 stars. So I'll put those on top. I'll just put them where we can see them. All right. So if we draw 2 cards, we'll be able to get at least 2 stars. Then we're going to have a star here. That's 3 stars. This triggers for 4 stars. And then this triggers but doesn't help us. But this can be triggered and do this again. So 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so we're going to be able to succeed at this. I'd rather not have to use this. So let's go ahead and draw and see. So we're going to draw 3. This lets us use 3. I'm going to draw 2 more to see if we can get at least 1 more full star. Then we won't have to use all of these, and maybe we'll get more flags. So we used 6 cents, and I'm going to block 6 cents. Okay, so here are our drawn cards. All right, well, we did pretty well. So there's 3 and 4. So we've got 4 stars on 3 cards. Improvise, it's what lets us use 3 cards. So there's our 4. We just need 1 more. We have enough flags to trigger this if we want to block it. I don't think we should block it. Let's just go ahead and use Determination instead, which just gets discarded. So that's our 5 stars with this discarded as well. It's a lot of wasted flags, huh? I still think that's the right thing to do. All right, so we've succeeded. It was pretty expensive. Let's read. We did our 5 in one shot. Let's read it. You cautiously weave your way among the pendulous branchlets, taking a step to the side each time a gust of wind stirs them. After picking up a long branch at the base of the tree, you extricate yourself from the death trap. Now all you have to do is take your trophy back to the Levitor's camp. Take a 102. Which is an objective. That's our second objective. And a 99. That's another Hope Reborn. Banish the Tree of Your Destiny card and banish this. Okay, so this is banished and this is banished. Was it worth it to spend so many cards to avoid getting injured? I think so. I think those injuries are the worst. So we now have, I believe, 2 objective cards. And we found our trees and stilts. I think we're ready to head home. Are we ready to head home? That's what we came to do. We got the stilts. We're ready to go home. John says, I still think there might be more to the quest once we get back. He had paragraphs for having objective 3 and 4. So we should go there sooner rather than later. Yes, I would tend to agree. The only thing is whether we want to explore further while we're here. I guess not. I mean, there is area of the world we've never ventured for, but it's level 6. I don't think we know how to go there. So we could certainly have the strength to go here. But we don't know what we're looking for, right? And the labyrinth is back home. So it seems like that's for if you get off course. So I think we need to head back home. So you think the fort is not worth exploring while we're here. Is that right, Jonathan? Where are we? We're here. You don't think we're here? We should explore that fort? Otherwise, we're going to go back to our guide this way. We haven't gone in this building. We haven't gone in this building. John says we could look at the fort, but if it asks us to crawl across the battlefield, don't do it. All right. So while we're here, I suppose we should take our break first. We've been playing for an hour and 10 minutes. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. We're just discussing whether we should just hightail it straight home to the old guru with our stilts or whether we should explore a little. It feels like we have got lots of health, but we don't know. Jonathan is worried that this guy's going to tell us to go into the labyrinth right away. I mean, it did say our primary objective was to get to the labyrinth and get inside. I wonder if this might be like one of these optional scenarios where we could finish it all if we were strong enough, or we could break it into a two-parter. So I think we should basically come home. However, I think we don't know when we're going to be up here again. It's pretty far from our citadel. We should take the chance to revisit these places that might be useful for us to know what's there. So on our way home, we're just going to hit some places here. So I'm going to go to this place 241 right now. Could be scenario specific too, don't forget. So here's 241. Jonathan remembers these people telling us to go on some mission, which couldn't let us get into the fort. A house stands at the water's edge. Through half-open door, you can see the scant furniture that occupies its only room. Sitting in an armchair, an old man seems lost in thought. You clear your throat, and the man, drawn out of his reverie, invites you to enter. I was a foreman at the smoking quarry for a long time. On the wall, you notice a drawing of a woman playing a lute, my wife. She passed away 3 cycles ago. If you only knew how much I miss her humor. She loved the song Once Upon a Time in Calmwood. So you can't take it unless you have a musical instrument, which we don't. We do not have a musical instrument. We've got some elegant shoes, but we can't do it. So there's nothing for us to do here. But this is why we visited this place. So I feel good about it because we want to remember that that's something we can do, come back to. That's why we're exploring this. We must have done that before. I'm not sure now. But if you look at our map, look, we never saw what was above that thing. So actually, we've just discovered some new thing. I think Fort Shade, Jonathan, is here. And maybe you see it from a different card, the card that's over here. This is a house next to Fort Shade. And now we've learned there's a little side quest here. If we can play him music. So if we get music, we'll come back. All right. We could explore this if we were hunting for that aquatic creature, but we've got a mission, so we're not going to delay ourselves. We are going to go here next, staying on the path. That draws us a card. We can keep it. In fact, we're low on powerful cards, so maybe we should have done more of it. Okay, let's go to 330 now. Talk to these people. We draw a card. We don't get to look at it. 330. In front of a caravan covered in arrow slits, 3 powerful bullocks are grazing on the meager tufts of grass. The vehicle's door is reinforced with metal plates and a huge lock. You admire it for a moment before knocking. You think you notice furtive movements through one of the arrow slits. So you can't take this action unless your influence is 8 or higher. Well, our influence is 10, so we are allowed to do this. So we're going to knock on the door. This is the guy that sends us to steal underwear. I think that's right, Jonathan. I think this is the guy. Well, there are a couple of these caravans, but I think you might be right. All right, I don't see any hidden numbers here. But let's go read 228. There's no harm in talking to this guy, hopefully. He did give us a pretty good weapon, if I remember correctly. Okay, so we knocked on the caravan. A shaggy head appears in the doorway, glancing around. Are you the one coming from Ninadaz's Citadel? Come in. The interior of the caravan is plush, decorated with objects each more curious than the next. My name's Riopone, and if I were an insect, I would be a ladybug, he says with a wink. The reference to unveiler ladybugs, always eager to discover magical objects, is not lost on you. Yeah, I was just looking for someone for a mission of the utmost importance. Your timing's perfect. My caravan can't go into some areas that are overgrown with necro-druidic vegetation. I can only leave it when absolutely necessary, ever since an unfortunate adventure that wouldn't take too long to tell. He smoothed down his curved eyebrows before resuming. I'm looking for the Shield of Innocence. Yeah, that's this chastity belt underwear that belonged to my grandfather. According to my informants, it's made of copper and adorned with a hallmark depicting an hourglass in a gear wheel. It's owned by a couple of innkeepers in Kel. You should ask the owner about it. Her name is Britha. Bring me this relic, and in exchange I offer you one of the items in my armory. So we're going to add a new side quest here. We did this on our previous playthrough. It's kind of fun. This one is called Bertha and Shield of Innocence. Okay, 228. When it mentions Bertha, read 2. It mentions Bertha, read 231. Okay. So it's a side quest. If we go back into Kel and we get bored, we can steal the stuff from them. Otherwise, we move along. Let me attach this so that when we take our map, I guess we already have this place on our map, so it's not as important. All right, and let's head back down. We go down here. That's one card. We get to keep it. We head down here. That's one card. We get to keep it. We've already seen this. We can try to eat if we wanted to. We don't want to. We're just going to walk down here. That requires 3 cards. We could keep 2 of these if we see cards we like. Flags. More flags. Shuffle 1 card back into your action deck. All right, I'm just going to spend anticipation to shuffle one of these cards back in. I'm going to choose that one. And then we'll keep this one. And these get shuffled. Okay. One. We don't need these cards anymore. I'll just put them away. Okay, so there's our map, and we've returned almost all the way. We're going to walk here for 3 cards. We can keep 2 of them if we want. We don't want this one. Restoring Aura, that's Jonathan's 2 life points. Gains 3 life points. Suppose we could do that whenever we wanted. That is not useful to get 3 life points, to be honest. Okay, but it's a good set of successes. Do we want to keep these? No Mercy is kind of cool. Let's trade Light for No Mercy. We don't care about that. Restore Aura. I don't know when we're going to use that. Okay. Let's talk to this guy now. 197. So we can't go into the labyrinth until we have 3 objective cards. So we can't do the labyrinth. We have to talk to this guy, tell him we have 2, and he's going to tell us what to do. So 197. Whoa. Look at that thing. I gotta really fix that. 197. Okay, it says if you're playing that scenario, jump to 227. So we could have, if we wandered down here on our own, we would have seen something else. It would have talked to us about something else. All right, so here we go. We have 2 objective cards, 335. And we've skipped the 1 because we got 2 on this same journey, I think. I can't remember. 335. Here we go. Let's see if he's got some wisdom to tell us how to build these stilts. So you think you've discovered the tree that was meant for you. You'll find a workbench in the camp where you can make your stilts. You go there and whittle down the branch till you have a pair of stilts sturdy enough to support your weight. You're now ready to venture into the heart of the labyrinth to search for your elbow grease. Well, it's just like Jonathan said. He's now given us the 3rd objective. We now have to go to a workbench in the camp. We can't go into the labyrinth yet. We now have 3 objective cards. So now we got to go down here. So is that right? I thought we were supposed to go to the village. Why are we going into the labyrinth to build our stilts? Is there something I'm missing here? We have 2 objective cards. We go to 335. He says you go into camp. Has that happened? We use the workbench in that scene. Okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. So he sent us to camp. We made the workbench. It's a little weird because we've got skills for building it, but I guess it was so easy for us, we just built it. And now we have the stilts. But is that why he didn't have a thing for 3? Yeah, he only has for 2. He doesn't have things for 3. So we can't talk to him again and say we built the stilts, now what? So here we are. All right, a little nerve-wracking. It does sound like we're going into the labyrinth here. All right, so we're all doing this action, and now we've got to do it. So let's see. If we succeed, we just keep a card and go down. Otherwise, we lose 2 life points, lose 2 life points, and then lose 2 life points. And what action are we taking here? The balance action. I think we've got stuff for that. What have we got? Yeah, the long stick is good at that. And any of our people good at that? No. But the long stick is good at balance. It gives us a star and a +1. That's great. That's exactly what we need for this task. Okay, so now we're going to be able to use 2 cards, and we just need to get 2 successes each time and just do this over and over again. And we can generate a success if we need to here. So 2 successes, I think we're going to need to spend some health here. Six. Okay, we're down to 40. But we've got our health refreshed. All right, so this is fairly easy for us. That long stick. Do we also have a pole? We don't have a pole. We threw out the pole, but we have a spear. But it's the stick That helps us. All right, that long stick's pretty useful. The moment you fail a long stick test, you lose the long stick. So we cannot afford to lose this. All right, so 1 star, and then we use 2 cards. If we had to, we could actually generate all 3 successes with our hand items. So we don't actually honestly need to draw any cards for this, but we don't want to use up our hand. 2 successes, 3 cards. I'm going to draw 4, then hopefully we won't need to use anything and we can save it for the next time. Okay, so there's our hand. Pretty bad, actually. We can only use 2 cards. So with 2 cards, we've got 2 successes, 3 successes. So that's our success. We've accomplished it. We move down and we get to keep one of these cards if we wanted to, and we didn't have to spend any of our own. These cards, well, spare no effort is pretty good, actually. So we are going to need to fight things in a second. We might need to climb. I like to hold on to this for later, but all right, I'm not going to keep any of these. We're just going to do this next test again. Same exact thing. We're going to use the long stick. I think the same thing happens again. We take 4 cards. We just need to make 2 successes with these 4 cards. And if we do, we don't have to use anything. All right, so again, 2 stars plus 1 is 3 stars. That's a success. We can keep one of these cards if we want to. I think for us, we're better off not keep, like, we got a good hand, okay? And we're down here again one last time. Same thing again, although it feels like maybe we're playing it too, drawing too many cards. All right, I'll try just drawing 3 cards this time. All right, so with 3 cards, we've got 3 successes, so that's an overkill. Saved a little energy, but we achieved it. Okay, you've reached the center of the labyrinth. Discard this card and replace it with a 292. All right, I'm going to put this back. Discard this card and replace it with a 292. Interesting. I mean, this should send us into the labyrinth, right? Which should clear the whole board, I would think. It's extremely difficult to spot the path in the middle of all this corrosive moss. White stones emerge here and there. They look like the ones used in the construction of Ninadazur's Citadel. Oh wow, I thought it was going to open up a dungeon in a whole new area. But it's just a bunch of moss maze. Okay, now, do you notice what's in the upper left? Do you remember what that means? It's an errata card, that's right. Okay, let's get out our errata. What card is it? 292. 292 errata. I don't see it there. Criticals only if players save on this terrain card. The number in the number box pointing to the west must be 354 instead of 216. So this is supposed to be 354, not 216. But it says it's only critical if you save on this card. I wonder why that is. Is it because otherwise this is your card? 354. Okay, I see the bug. So this card is here. So it's mislabeled. It's pointing to this card, 216. So if you didn't know any better, you'd think it goes here, according to this label. But really, it goes to 354. But the point is, as long as you didn't save, it's already here. Okay. So we are now on this card. Every time we walk, we lose 3 health. Looks like Jonathan was right. Jonathan was kept telling us that we needed to save our health for when we get into the labyrinth. And here's why. We lose 3 health every time we walk. Now, let's make sure we put this character on the right thing. Remember the moss, but we're on our stilts, so maybe it doesn't really matter. But let's read this very carefully. It's extremely difficult to spot the path in the middle of all this corrosive moss. White stones emerge here and there. They look like the ones used in the construction of the Citadel. So we see a bunch of stones that, but we've also got moss. And there's no actual paths to take. We can't travel via normal travel. All we can do is listen and navigate to the 110 or the 323. Well, what do you want to do, Jonathan? Let's try to put ourselves on the path here by this stone. What do you want to do? Do you want to listen or go over here? Doesn't From what we read, there aren't creatures in here to fight, but there is dexterity. So maybe we should have taken cards instead of fighting cards. We should have taken dexterity cards. Let's do the listen, says Jonathan. Okay. No cost. We just read the 110. I just thought of a way you could break this game, right? Because we could have come down here. Oh no, maybe this was scenario specific. Yes, never mind. I was going to say, what if we had objective cards from a different mission and that let us go down, but it's not, it's specific. Okay, here's our listening in. An oppressive silence hangs over the area as if all life has fled or perished. You feel a sharp pain in your calf. A small spider has crawled under your clothes and bitten you. Finally, it seems there's still life in the area, even if it brings you no comfort. Discard all 110 cards. Okay. There's a whole bunch of them without looking at them. Take a 13 to try your luck. If it's on your side, get rid of a blessing or all hand cards. If it's jinxed, it's venomous. Yikes. All right, well, let's try not to get jinxed. We do have 2 glimmers, so we can pay to avoid that. All right, let's see if we're lucky with the spider bite. No. All right, well, we don't want to get jinxed. Should we use a glimmer or health for this? I feel like we're high on health. Let's use 2 health. 38. Jonathan might disagree with me about this. All right, we're drawing another card. Hopefully we won't get double jinxed. Lady Luck is on our side. Okay. So we didn't get poisoned, but we still have to discard a blessing. That's okay. We're going to discard our Unleashed, which we get back very easily. So there's our Unleashed, so we don't have to discard our entire full hand of 5 cards, and we're done with the Spider Bite. However, that was just a listen action. It didn't open up anything. All right, now we're going to go to 323. Maybe there were some good things to hear. There were a bunch of alternate 110s. So maybe... Okay, 323 has a scenario-specific card for us. To the north of the labyrinth, you reach a spit of land without any corrosive moss. You immediately start looking for the precious sponges. So this whole card is the entirety of the labyrinth? Seems like. Okay. So we have to unlock, search the area. There, insects flutter above vermilion colored sponges soaked with elbow grease. You carefully step down from your stilts in order to pick up a sponge. Now you can return to the leader of the Levitors or go directly to the Citadel. So that's it. It's all over. All we have to do is pass this 1-on-1 test. It's a little bit of a... what's it called when the finale feels trivial? Hunting Hound. Why isn't he good? Yes, he is good at that. So he gives us 2 successes and 3. So we don't have to draw any cards. This is just an auto success by the hunting dog. But we're supposed to roll a die to see if he runs away. I don't think we should do that. It's not worth using him. We got lots of health. Let's just do this ourselves by drawing 3 cards. If we fail, nothing happens. I'm just going to draw 2 cards. Okay, so we got our success here. So we did it on our own. The dog is like, we're just like, you just sit this one out. We'll do this. Anticlimactic. Yes, it was anticlimactic. All right, so we got a 104. Yeah, that sure was anticlimactic. I thought we were going into a whole dungeon. We got our 4th objective, and now we can just leave here. No special numbers. No nothing. Maybe they planned to make a whole dungeon down here. They just never got around to it. This was scenario specific, so presumably we could come down in the labyrinth and look for something else in the future. I'm not sure what we would find. It seems like all life is gone here. I'll put this here just in case. We didn't even have to walk anywhere. All right. It's time to leave. We're just walking back unless you see some numbers or something. All right, I'm going to spend 1 to head back over to the chief. We get to keep this card if we wanted it. It is good for talking, so I am going to keep it. I'll just put it here. I'll put it in skillful. All right, let's talk to the chief. Is it this that we want to do or this? This brought out this. And this brought out this. But this is gone now. Let me just see if there's a 277. I'm a little bit confused about this. It's a little weird because this was here, which wouldn't have allowed us to do this again. But then we replaced this with this. So theoretically, we can do this now. I'm going to do this just to see if it breaks something. Because here's the generic 277. A deadly silence reigns over the swamp. You're about to enter when a young woman on very short stilts come toward you. I was almost done for. I made the mistake to stray from the path. My stilts started to dissolve. All right, that's normal. So let's see what she says. Okay, it's a different way to go into the labyrinth. So you can go into the labyrinth again if you want. I'm just going to put this back. Clearly, we're not supposed to be going back in there. Although, I suppose we're here. We can't listen anymore, but we could do this again. Is that right? $323. 323 was this card. No, we can't do it again because this permanent event blocks us from doing it again. That's what keeps us from doing this again because this is out. Okay, let's talk to this guy. 197. This game is remarkably robust against breakage, but it was anticlimactic. All right, let's talk to this guy. Maybe we can explain to him how we've got a lot of health left. Is there any more stuff we can handle? Maybe he knows where the aquatic creature is. All right, here he is. We're playing the scenario about the stilts, so we go to 227. Do we have 4 objective cards? Yes, so we go to 362, and now we're going to get a new dialogue here where he's just going to tell us to go back to the Citadel, I guess. All right, here he goes. Raise the skies, you found your elbow grease. I would never have imagined that an uninitiated person could reach the center of the sacred labyrinth. If you wish, I can arrange for you to be escorted back to the elevation column. You can return to your citadel from there. I wish for lucky stars to shine down on your journey. If you want to leave alone, return the dialogue book. If you agree to be escorted, then we banish a 224 scenario specific card. Put a 238 into play. Well, the 238 is going to be the Kel. 238 is the column of Kel. So we can walk back ourselves to our citadel. Is that what it's saying? You can walk back yourself, or you can have them escort you to Kel. So we still have to get home. We still need enough health to get home. We can walk back ourselves. We know how to get back. Or they can escort us, but not all the way home. But why do we get rid of this 224 card? What's that about? Where's 224 that it wants us to get rid of it? It's kind of weird. What is it trying to say? What is that 224 about? Any theories? Like, why would we get rid of a 224? It's not a card on the board. And we banish it. It's sort of like some... Oh, here. 224 is the card when you look at the column. So if I look in the 224 pile, there is no mission specific 224 there. So why is it telling me to get rid of it? Banish a 224. So that was the one where the person was helping us climb it. Maybe there was a way. Is it this one? Yeah, there's the 224. So somehow it wants us to get rid of this. Oh, maybe it wants us to get rid of this so that we can do this action generically. And maybe that generic action could be helpful. So we can walk on our own and start at the column of Kel. Yeah, there's no penalty for doing that. I suppose kind of weird. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, we might as well get escorted there, right? Because that's where we're going to go if we're heading home. If we look at our map here, there's the column of Kel. We know how to get home. It's not particularly scary route. In fact, it's pretty straightforward. Was there stuff that we, on our way home, that we might do? These pumpkin people, we have lots of energy and health left. I think we visited them and we couldn't help them, but now we've got shovels and stuff. Can we dig them up and help them? I'd be inclined to just walk ourselves home. It's not like we're not going to get there with plenty of health. All right, let's take the escort back to the column of Kel. I don't know if it wanted us to get rid of cards, but it doesn't really matter. So I guess here's the question we have to ask ourselves. This is where we are now. We have finished this mission. We have 38 health. That's a huge amount of health, but we're playing on easy mode. But even still, I think we just handled this very efficiently. By going right, Jonathan figured out to go and climb this, and then all of our decisions were right. So we have a choice. We have been playing for 4 hours. We can just head straight back to the Citadel and be done. On the other hand, we could do a couple other things instead. We are right next to Kel. We could go in Kel, steal the underwear, complete that side quest. We could go and do some exploring in some expensive area that we've never been before, that we don't really belong in. We could go and try to swim over to this castle and remember what was there. I guess I'm open to whatever. We've basically done most of our exploring. I'm trying to think if there's no super close by area. We haven't been up here, but it's a little expensive for us. But have we not been to that one area at all? Or have we? No, we have been here. And one up, but not the place above it. What do you think? John says, I'd be willing to explore the new area for an hour. All right, well, where do you want to go then? Do you mean up here? Where we've never been? There's only one easy card. Okay, let's do it. But we'll do it fast and loose. So I'm going to take one card and go there. And then 3 cards to go here. I'll keep this card. I'll throw out Eloquence. Then we go up for 1 card. I'm not even going to worry about it. And then again, up for 1 card. This lets us walk cheap. No, we don't care about that. All right, now we need to refresh. 7 health to refresh. That brings us to 31. I'd love to find a flute and some people we could, while we're here, we could talk to this guy. I don't think there's too much for us to do, though. I mean, there's not, it's going to quickly get too expensive for us. But maybe we'll run into a link or something. All right, so we're going to explore this area. It's free for us because we're Ground Shiver of 5. Ah, okay. So we're bringing out 245. Okay, it's got a symbol, but not for us. Several contoured pits yawn open in the landscape. Quarrying equipment is arranged around them. All right, so we have been here before. It's a little quarry pit. And this goes out there. We're just doing a little bit of exploring because we didn't get enough adventure in the labyrinth. Okay, and some alembic ladybugs were found. So we're going to walk over, staying on the path very carefully. 1 card. I suppose we might want to keep this. No mercy for fighting. That's a pretty good card. But more generic card might be better. All right, are we going to dig up those alembic? Why do I even ask? Jonathan doesn't even think about it. It's just dig, dig, dig. All right, 3 cards and 0, unless we have something that makes it cheaper for us to dig. Where's that hunting dog of ours? He's not good at digging. And we don't have a shovel anymore. I thought we had something to dig with, but can't dig with the stick. Guess we just got to do it ourselves, but that's okay. We got plenty of energy. All right, so 3 cards, they just get discarded. All right, 400 card comes out. Well, this is what we got left in the 400s. Let's see what it's going to be. Human bones. Really? Human bones again? These keep coming back, these human bones. Take a 349, which we already have all of. Then try our luck with the 13. Well, I guess it's okay. We got plenty of health to spend on this. Okay, there's our luck. It's on our side, so we didn't even need to spend anything. You find items 149 and a 199. Okay, that's a 199. Here's a 149. All right, let's see what two items we found here. We found a Jack Fig Sap Jam. Remember we had these before and there were ways to combine them. Provisions, that's good. And we got a roundel, a little shield. We don't care about any of these, but now that we've got the ability to carry 14 health, we'll just put them in our backpack here. All right, but that's not what we wanted. We wanted better magic items. That's kind of crap for the Alembic Unveilers. Don't you agree, Jonathan? I think next time we get those human bones, we're just going to keep digging. Okay, so now we've got a 4 area up here. I need to move all this down again. Okay, a 4 area and a 6 area that we're not supposed to be in. The 6 area, we're not strong enough. It would cost us 10 cards to go there. But here we can go. And we have been up here once, but we're going to go up again. These are done. All right, we've seen this before. Waterway. If no figure has its base in contact with the waterway, discard this. Okay, well, I was staying very carefully on the path, so I'm not on the waterway. So we just... But otherwise, we would have gotten some stuff. Discard this, so you don't have a choice. 407. All right, so we've been on this card before, but we have not been above this. So let's see what we get. Seems you have reached the end of the crevasse that splits the collapsing lands in two. There's the berries we know how to eat. What can we do with these berries? We can eat. So look at the top 3 cards. And we need to throw away cards. Or they help us do these things. Okay, that's fine. I'll just keep this out. All right, so we have seen this card before. However, this is the furthest we've ever been north. So I'm going to spend a card to walk on here, staying on the path. All right, so we have never seen what's above here or to the right of here. Now, to the right of here is a 4, which we can afford. Above it, however, is a 6, which is outside of our comfort zone. So we are about to look east. We also didn't look, perhaps before we walked in here, Jonathan, we should have looked at this. Let's do that. I'm going to back up a little and look at this 370. I don't think we remember what these are. Few bones emerge from the earthy soil. An object of value might be buried near the skeleton, so you can go your own way or you can dig. All right, let's go ahead and dig. 3 cards, they get spent. You finish excavating the bones before widening your search to the surrounding area. Take a 13 and try your luck. Okay. If it's on your side, we roll a die. Okay, so here's the 13 we drew. We're jinxed. We're going to lose 2 health, which brings us to 29. We're going to draw again. Jinxed. I'm going to do it again since that's the whole game we're playing. We're going to spend all our health. So finally we got lucky. Cost us 4 health, but we don't care. We're just exploring. Now we roll a die to see what we get. We rolled a 1, so we get a 149 card. We found some juggling balls that we can barter with. And we can use it to get rid of being confused. That's pretty cool. Or we've got like so much stuff now. All right. Then that goes away. And now that was this card. Now I'm going to put us back here, which we already paid for. And let's look in this crevasse, 260. Some small animal prints are visible in the dirt. You might want to set some snares in case the critters are still around. So it says get rid of all the other 260s. Okay, there is one without looking at it. We could go on our way, or we could just hunt for food. You take a 5 card, which is just food. Okay, we don't care about this. We're just going to go along our way. All right. Now we're going to look up here. This is interesting. Several skeletons are lying on the ground. The forearm of one still has its flesh perfectly preserved in a thick piece of translucent resin. No doubt from a necro-druidic weapon. So we just became unleashed. Unleashed. 151. On his glove, frozen in the orange substance, is embroidered the emblem of his unit, a bag with a skull and the numbers 77623, which must be his service number. You collect some ammunition before setting off again. If the quest Sower from Father to Son can be seen on the Citadel leaflet, check it. Otherwise, write down, oh, we found a new side quest. That's fun. I triggered the high cost card. Is that right? I did. You're right. All right. Well, we're going to pay for this then. So I had to pay 10 cards for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. We did not mean to do that. But you're right. I did it. I did it. Thank you. You're absolutely right. Okay. That's why this was so new to us. All right. So we got a side quest though. Sower. Father to Son. This was the gelatinous hand with the service number 77623. Check the initiated box. And then take a 155 card, which is ammunition, which if we find a weapon that needs ammunition, we've got some. Thank you for spotting that, Jonathan. All right, so we've got some ammunition, arrows and crossbow bolts. We have no real weapon to use it yet, but maybe we'll get one. This gets banished. And now the 114 card comes out, which is not really where I meant to go. But let's see what we see. The earth is scarred in several places. A strange stone slab looms above the dusty ground where the singing lane ends. Is this going to be our gravestone? Is it? No, it's just an underground. It's not our gravestone. Wow, we don't belong here. This looks very scary to me. These trails look terrifying. They're almost triggering my tryptophobia stuff. All right, well, That's okay. We're not going underground. We're not going to that. We're just going to put out our stuff. Tryptophobia? Trichnophobia? Trichnophobia? Does anyone know what trichnophobia is? Jonathan, do you know what that is? Trichnophobia? I think that's what it's called. It's trichna something. If you look it up, there's a fair number of people who are very freaked out by certain patterns, like the pattern on a wasp nest or things like this. And it's sort of like, it looks like a very primitive human-coded phobia for some sort of infestations or things like that. It's a really weird one, but I feel it very viscerally. And sometimes it can be just a very abstract pattern. And it's like I get a little queasy in my stomach when I see patterns like that. I guess that the cubes don't want to zoom in when it's so far up there. But it's very interesting. I remember being a young kid and looking at a cantaloupe and feeling real gut revulsion and anxiety. And it's like that pattern on the cantaloupe did it. Okay, it's not that interesting, but it is a real thing, and I think a lot of people have it. Okay, so where I really wanted us to explore, staying on the... Hey, hold on a minute. What was our... Where is where is this? Would this have helped us explore? No. Okay. I thought that might save us on the cost. All right, we need to pay for new health. We might have to go home soon. 6, I'm going to make us pay 7 for that. So we're now down to 20 health. So yeah, it's almost time to run back home with the tail between our legs. Okay, but this place to our east, is within our ability to explore it. So let's go do it. I wouldn't mind getting another Hope Reborn for an upgrade. All right, so we're going to do this. We can, for this one, let's see what it is. Spiky conches. You pick up several fist-sized spiky shells, blowing into them or shaking them. Look what we found, Jonathan. Look what we found. It's a musical instrument. You can use it to fight, but you can also play music. So we can go back and help that farmer guy with his wife, and we can carry it because we've got a weight of 14 to carry now. All right, so this is the guy that wants music. So on our way home, we'll go here. But let's see this. We've had very little fighting in this mission so far, this scenario. Okay, 385. We've never seen this plot. These trees growing in a circle at the river's edge meet at the top to form a structure resembling a giant cage. Whoa, look at this. And in fact, we can continue up north with our skill level, with our level. Wow, look at that trap. That makes me a little nervous. But we're here for adventure, so we're gonna go to 437. All right, so let's put that on our map. And let's walk over there for 1 card. We can keep this if we want. We don't want. Okay, let's look in that for 1 card, 437. I mean, we're about exploring. We do want to make sure we have enough energy to meet that guy. Okay, so there's a gold 437 in addition to this. The strange structure houses about 20 emaciated people, Apparently, former slave gardeners, a few miserable vegetables, apparently their main source of food, grow in a few plots of land. Whoa. You're about to enter the cage to talk to them when one of the individuals commands you to stay outside. If you have the Dead Stone card and a character on the terrain card this is attached to has a card with the keyword Desolation, vanish and read 222. Otherwise, we're going to talk to them. Mental prison. Yeesh. This is a little nerve-wracking. Hey, look. They're like all scared. They're living in this little cage. All right, well, we're going to talk to them. I have a question. Can we use a glimmer to unblock our thief? Unblock one hand card. He's not a hand card, so I don't think we can unblock him with that. All right, never mind then. All right, ready, Jonathan? 420. Maybe we're going to get another side quest here. Whoa, it's a giant entry. Like a half-page entry here. Okay, let's see. Have no fear. I mean you no harm. I've come from Ninadazur's Citadel, where I was a gardener just like you before it was destroyed during the reversal. And I regained my freedom. The community I lead has settled there and is thriving. The group gives each other bewildered looks, but the man who told you not to enter is suspicious. And we should just take your word for it, right? Desolation warned us. Stop bothering us and leave. I was expecting solidarity between former gardeners. Can you at least tell me what's going on here? A woman intervenes, putting her hand on the arm of the person you're talking to. Desolation was one of the apprentices of Necro-Druid Sethenhelm. When the Worm Master won the war a cycle ago, she helped us get out of the collapsing Citadel. We even managed to save some seeds and a ritual scroll, which enabled her to create this dome to protect us from the Worm Master's new weapon. Sessenhelm, we've never heard of that Necro-Druid. But look, it looks like they're being lied to. We say, won the war? A new weapon? What are you talking about? The man is exultant as he points at you. Ha! Didn't take you long to give yourself away. I knew you were under the influence of the brainiacs. They take over our minds so that their master can control us. I don't understand. This is nonsense. I want to talk to this Desolation so we can clear this up. We had to kill her. The woman says, suppressing a sob. We were starving. Some of us doubted the existence of the brainiacs. She moved outside the security perimeter to prove they were real. No matter how much we begged her to return, she was stubborn and remained silent. The next day, she asked us to join her outside, but because she was very agitated, we refused. Despite her promises and assurances, we realized that the brainiacs were controlling her. When she started to pull the branches off the dome, we tried to push her away, but she went crazy and ended up hurting one of us. We had no choice but to neutralize her. She concludes, pointing to a corpse lying a few feet away. It would be better for everyone if you left now. These people have lost their minds. But how can you convince them that there are no brainiacs and there's no reason for them to suffer here? If you have a card with the keyword escape, banish it and take a 502. I don't think we have such a card. Keyword escape. Have we even ever seen a card with the keyword escape? Is it a card that helps you escape? Maybe a key or something? But we don't have any such thing. Then, if you'd rather resume your journey, read the dialogue book. Otherwise, we can try to think about this. I suppose we're here. We can achieve this. We have cards in hand that will give us an extra success. And we've got the Engineering Guild. Frankly, I'm not sure how this is going to end up well for anyone, but where's our Engineering Guild? They're the thinkers. I mean, we are well equipped. It's almost time for us to head home. The Apprentice Engineers, they're the thinkers. And they give us a +1, so 2 cards to get 2 successes. That's easy enough. We don't even need to. All right, I'm going to draw 3 cards. We should be able to do this no problem. If we need to... Well, let me draw 4 cards because I'd rather not use Determination. Okay, so actually, with 2 cards, we've got 2... Sorry. With 2 cards, we've got 2 successes. So, and it was the Engineers that you let us use an extra card. So that's a success. 246. All right, here we go. I'm trying to talk them out of it. I don't know how this is going to go, to be honest. They seem kind of crazy, but let's see. Maybe we can talk them out of it with our good negotiation. I guess it makes sense the Engineer Guild can like show them the science of it. All right, let's read 246. It would be futile to try to convince your audience that you're not being controlled by the brainiacs, so you decide to use their gullibility and invent an object that protects from these imaginary worms. That's pretty clever. Protective amulets made from burrower teeth. The idea is far-fetched, but it might just work. Write down mental prison on the side quest page. When you win a fight against a burrower, is that going to happen? Check 1 box. 3 box. So we have to beat 3 burrowers, I guess, to get the teeth. Why would we invent something that required burrower teeth? Why would we not... Why would we not just invent something that doesn't require us to beat burrowers? Check the initiated box. Consider going back and see them under their dome. Okay. So, beat 3 burrowers and return to card 385. All right, we're done with these people. And we're almost done with our exploration journey. However, we can visit this place, so we probably should. It's cheap enough. Let's do it. The area is divided by old irrigation canals filled with icy water. So we can cross the canals, or we're going to slip in and get exhausted. 2 and 5, that's hard. But it is something that we've got an item to protect us from. So we can use the pole, the stick, to give us an extra star and an extra thing. That's 3. Determination gives us 4. Improvise lets us use another card. That's pretty hard to do this. I almost feel like we should remember this because we might need this in the future. But okay, let's just get this done and then we'll head home. So 1, this is going to be +1. The stick is going to be +1. 1, 2. 1, 2, and we can use 3 cards to get the other 3. But actually we can use 4 cards. All right, I'm just going to draw 5, play it safe. All right, so with both of these cards, improvise used and this used, we've got the 4 cards we can use. With 4 cards, 1, 2, 3, 4, we got 4 stars and that's fine. So I used improvise, but I didn't have to use determination. These, that gets us our 5. All in one shot. We take a 150, which is a blessing of being focused. And we get rid of this. And we can discover a new exploration card. The monster tracks are on this card? Is that true, Jonathan? And we've got a gold 107. All right, before I see the gold 107. So before we did that, this was a permanent event. Oh my God, you're right. Monster tracks are on this. All right, how does that work? We're hunting the aquatic monster. If we spot 2 tracks on 2 things, then read 3, 4, 3. I guess I'm going to check this for one of them. We count, like, the rules were a little odd about whether we needed to see 2 all at once, but I think we should count this as one of them, and then the next time we see another one. Whoa. We're almost having a fight with the aquatic monsters. I guess he's in the 4 area. Maybe I should make a note. Like, the 4s seem to be the river areas where the aquatic monsters are. Okay, great work, Jonathan. So we found 1 set of tracks. Okay, good. And that's defeated. And now we've got this. A structure made of trees resembling a giant cage. That's weird. Didn't we? Is it another cage? It looks very similar, but it's different. It's another cave. And we've reached the end of our area that we can afford to explore. So I guess we're going to walk in there, look in the cage, and then head home. So I'm going to walk up for 1. We're going to look in the cage for 1, and then we're going to head back to the guy who likes music. 447. A macabre sight awaits you in the imposing structure. 15 bodies, former slave gardeners by the looks of their outfits, lie next to the partially burnt carcass of a burrower. While some of the corpses bear worm wounds, most of them starved to death. That's pretty creepy. Whoa. What the heck? A few tools have been left on a barren plot of land. Look at that burrower worm. Immediately after this is revealed, take 239 cards. And if a discouragement card is in play, return all of your glimmer props. Okay, they're not. What are 39 cards? Oh, 2 little tools. An axe and a hoe. We might be over our 14 weight at this point. We'll calculate that in a second. Okay, if mental prison can be seen. So we just found some burrower teeth. So, okay, that's pretty cool. So we're going to check a box and banish it. Mental prison. So that's one of our 3 boxes. We didn't even have to fight that burrower. We just got rid of it. We found a dead burrower body. That's great. All right, it's time for us to go home. We've reached the northern east extent of our skill level. Let's stay on the path. All right, time to play some music on our way home. There's nothing else to do, right? I mean, if we see monster tracks in a 4 level, we might go there, but I don't think we see any. Okay, I'm going to head us home. That's 1 card. We can keep it if we want. We might as well. And that costs us 10 cards, so we're not going to do that. We're going to walk over here. 1 card. We can keep it if we want. It's good for discussion. I guess we're going to keep that because we're planning on having a discussion with this guy. So I'll throw out this card. Then we're going to head down here for 1 card. It's a pretty useful card, but no, we don't need it. Then I'm going to spend 1 card to walk over to this guy. Don't need it. Okay, now we can do this again. Okay, here's the foreman. We do have music. We have our conch shells. I guess I should check our weight at this point. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so we're 1 over. So let's see what we want to drop. We're not dropping our shells. We might be 2 over. So let's see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We're actually 2 over. So we got to drop a weight of 2 stuff. All right. So let's decide collectively what we will have dropped back then. Not the shells. Yes, we could drop our rondelle. We're not dropping this. We're not dropping this. We just found an axe and a hoe. We're not dropping our stick. I don't think I want to drop our spear. The rope is kind of fun. The sheep wool is fun. Sack of grain I don't want to drop. So 2 points of items here. A hoe for digging, but it just gives you a star. All of the digging is always you can get a success. So it's just an efficiency thing. This is a fighting with an axe, but it feels like we have a very similar, better weapon, right? Like the war pick uses 2 to get 3 stars. So when are we ever going to use the axe? So we just drop the axe and it's done and done. That's our 2 points. We'll drop the axe back with the dead bodies. And now we are legal weight of 14. And let's do this. All right, so we're going to play the conch shell to this guy. See if he remembers his wife's tune. We still need to get 2 and 4. No, 2 and 2, because our knowledge is 7 or higher. Okay, and if we fail, nothing bad happens. So 2 and 2, I'll draw 3 cards. We can use one of our cards in hand if I don't happen to get 2 successes in my hand. Okay, well, I did get 2 successes, so we've achieved that. You know the cheerful tune. As you play, the widower's face lights up at the memory of happy times spent with his late wife. Discard a gold, 241. A gold, 241 gets discarded. And then take a 99. Oh, so we didn't even get any story, but we got a Hope Reborn, which is our upgrade. So that's worth it. And then this gets banished. We're done with that guy's story. All right. Now we head home. That's one card. We've got to get back our health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're down to 13. So I'm not going to really walk us home, I don't think. And I think we're ready to end this session. So as long as we can convince ourselves that we could get home with 13, that would be 1, that would be 3. 1, 1, and 3 is 5 cards, which we could keep any of these if we wanted to. We're not even going to bother. And then 224 was the normal Kel tower, which we've seen before. So here we go. We can just return to the Citadel with 10 cards. Oh, but only if we had a feather card. Okay, well, we've had this before in our previous game, so we're just going to consider that we've got it, and we're going to take ourselves home. If we wanted to walk home, we'd be able to walk home on our own anyway. In fact, maybe we would get some alembics or whatever, but we're ready to put a rest to this. Okay, we had a serious adventure there, but let's read our ending epilogue. You ready, Jonathan? All right, and we do have Hope Reborns we could spend if we wanted to build buildings before the next tremor comes. We have 4 Hope Reborns if we want to, but otherwise we'll hold on to them. All right, here we go. Now, we're at the epilogue. If you have, John says, I'm going to think we just went back into the swamp. I think the card we got, the sponge, said you could go straight home or leave. I can't tell if it was saying you can now walk home or if you could just jump yourself home. I don't remember that. Okay, if you have objective card 4, which we do have objective card 4, then read the conclusion. Otherwise, go read 412. So we get to go to the conclusion. Otherwise, I guess you'd have to come back. Okay, you give the hellboat grease to Ambrosius, who hugs you with glee. I'll finally be able to finish making my tremor triangulator. Once it's operational, I should be able to collect enough data about the shaking. When the drums of desolation beat again, this will allow me to determine its epicenter, which I hope can tell us something about the nature of the phenomenon and whether it can be contained. Take 199 card. It's another Hope Reborn. If there are fewer than 6 buildings, we get a demoralization, but there aren't. While you are away, you talk to several members of the community to learn about the events that occurred in your absence. 546. Jonathan says, sorry viewers if you think this is too much cheating, but we've seen a lot of that terrain many times. Yeah, we've seen it a lot of times. We've got it fully mapped out. We know it's basically entirely on the singing path. It's very calm and easy, and we know how much health. And we know we don't care if we have a lot of health when we come back, so it's really trivial. All right, let's find out what's been happening while I've been away for the last week. I'm curious. Roll a die and apply the following effect. So if we roll a 1, nothing happened. It's good news. Anything else, we get a little bit of dialogue. Okay. So we got a 6. That doesn't... Seems like that might be bad. 595. We were visited, Lehan tells you. If your score is 10 or higher, a traveling troupe performed a play at the Citadel. Their show was a great success and put a smile on the faces of the community members. Take 199. Otherwise, they just stop by and ask, why are we here? Okay, well, is our influence 10 or higher? It is exactly 10. So we got another 99. Pretty great. We're going to have lots of upgrades next time. Okay, return the dialogue book. Okay, so we are done. The next scenario is going to be the deep sea mine. If it's seen on a flag, we're playing deep. We play the scenario of the mine. Otherwise, we're playing. I guess we're playing the touring company. We're not going in a deep sea mine. We're going in the touring company unless we feather ourselves. Worked out great. We spent 1 more hour and explored what we wanted to. We explored a lot. We got a lot of side quests this mission. We found some new stuff. It was a little anticlimactic dealing with this labyrinth, but we did have some real adventures. A little bit on the easy side, this scenario. Maybe because we were so smart about going to the top of that monument and spotting our tree. All right, fun stuff. I'll take pictures. I'll put everything away. I'll integrate this map into our totality of our map. It's fun to discover new places. It's a little disappointing to realize the Stilts land was so close to terrain we had visited before. Yeah, it's true. I am curious to go back in that labyrinth and see if there's some treasures in there for us. But yeah, I thought we were in some whole totally different area. We were just close to where we were. All right, well, that was fun though. And tomorrow, which is tonight, Monday night, we'll be playing Unlock, a puzzle game called Waff's Odyssey. Little dog, a sci-fi. We're continuing our sci-fi marathon tomorrow with a sci-fi robotic dog puzzle game. We have lots of upgrades. We might want to talk about these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 6 upgrades to plan out for next time. I'll see you then.